All right. I guess we're going to get started. Uh, People streaming in, people coming in. Got a lot to talk about today, and it is hot. Wow, it is hot. Oh boy. Yeah. There's my feedback. Let me just turn that down. All right. How are we all doing tonight? Is everybody doing good? Good. Thank you, Kim. Calling occupants of interplanetary craft. Don't get me started on Karen Carpenter, man. I've got some opinions. Very sad story. Such an incredibly talented woman. People coming in. We have got a lot to talk about. This is going to be a big one. This kind of popped into my head out of nowhere, to be honest with you, and there's some big issues at stake here, and you'll see. This is something that I blogged about a lot, and I don't know if you saw my post, but I've been putting a lot of the old stuff back up. What had happened is that when Blogger changed their format, like all my old posts just got totally scrambled. I mean, it'd just be like big blocks of text and 10 different fonts, and all the dates were changed, and it was just a mess. So I had to go in. I mean, I've got thousands of posts on that blog. Had to go in and just fix them by hand, one by one. And it's a very, very tedious process. But it's been really interesting because rediscovering a lot of things that I was writing about before. And in this case, I mean, this is kind of the product of that. It's kind of the outgrowth of that. And I don't know. I don't know if this has just been gelling in my head for a long time, if I've just been mulling this over in my subconscious, but this is crazy stuff. And it's kind of material that I just hadn't thought about, because I'd written about it for so long. I mean, I started writing about Sirius at the 2007, like the very beginning of the blog, and I was doing a lot of material on Sirius, and yeah, I mean, these star cults. Just a warning. This is going to get dark. Maybe not as dark as the Wonder Woman thing, but this is going to get dark. There's some dark stuff here. Hold on a sec. It is hot. Even with the AC on, it's hot. It's 100 degrees here today. You've probably seen all the stuff about the sunspot activity. I wish I was up north and I could see the aurora borealis, but not in the cards. So, how are we doing out there? You want to get started? All right, let's get started. Sirius, okay? The brightest star in the night sky of our Earth. Sirius is said by modern science to be twice the size of our sun and 25 times more luminous than it. It is often called the dog star due to its position of prominence in the constellation that has been named Canis Major, literally the greater dog. Science says that it is moving closer to our solar system, meaning that it will be very gradually become brighter to us. Okay. And this is a chart of the brightest stars in the night sky. I mean, we're going to see that, obviously the sun, then Sirius, then Canopus. What is this? Rigel Centaurus, which is, in Centaurus, Arcturus, in Boötes, Vega and Lyra. We've talked a lot about Vega. Capella, we've talked a lot about Capella in Auriga. Rigel in Orion. Procyon in Canis Minor. Achenar in Uranus, and Betelgeuse in Orion. Okay, so those are the brightest stars in the night sky. in the north at least. Sirius is also a binary star, or actually I guess it's a trinity of stars. But there's Sirius B, which is a smaller star that sort of spins around Sirius A. I guess that would be a blue dwarf, okay? This was not known until fairly recently, but it's very much like, we've talked a lot about Algol, and Algol is also the same kind of deal, but Algol actually blinks on and off when the two stars apparently rotate around each other. Canis Major, or Canis Minor. So we see here the winter triangle. You'll see this in the night sky. It's Sirius, Procyon, and Betelgeuse, which are three of the brightest stars in the night sky. We also see that Orion, of course, is the headless one. Important to note here. And we see Orion's belt. And if you remember grade school, you follow Orion's belt to Sirius. It points down right at it. Okay. And there we go. And Canis Major is also depicted in Masonic iconography as an anchor. We don't have to talk about that. Or an anchor, whatever. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day. Now this is interesting. A fascinating aspect of Sirius is the consistency of the symbolism and meanings attached to it. Several great civilizations have indeed associated Sirius with a dog-like figure and viewed the star as either the source or the destination of a mysterious force. Okay. In Chinese and Japanese astronomy, Sirius is known as the star of the celestial wolf. Several Aboriginal tribes of North America referred to the star in canine terms. The Siri and Tohono O'odham tribes of the Southwest described Sirius as a dog that follows mountain sheep, while the Blackfoot call it dogface. The Cherokee paired Sirius with Antares, as Antares is in Scorpius, as a dog star guardian of the path of souls. And that makes sense because we've talked a lot about the Royal Arch, right? And they're on opposite sides of that. They're on opposite sides of the Royal Arch, leading up to Cepheus, which is God, and the North Pole of the universe. The Wolf Skeety tribe of Nebraska knew it as the Wolf Star, while other branches of, I guess of this tribe, knew it as the Coyote Star. Further north, the Alaskan Inuit of the Bering Strait called it Moondog. So that's pretty consistent symbology there. The question then becomes, how far back does it go? Is there contamination? I mean, do these terminologies arise from contact with Europeans? I mean, it's very hard to tell how far these things go back, but it's very, very interesting in that regard, okay? Now, the Egyptians referred to Sirius as Sopdet, which was rendered in Greek as Sothis, and we see Sothis here on the left, sort of an Isis figure. She's got the, what is that, a water lily of some sort, maybe a lotus, probably a lotus. She's on these boats that we see Osiris on, okay? And we see the three stars of Osiris's belt right above his head, or Orion's belt, same difference. And we see Sirius to the upper right of Sothis, or Sopdet, often associated with Isis. Some mistakenly say that it is Isis, but it's a conjunction. Egyptian religion is extremely complicated. It's extremely confusing, and the names and the assignations varied greatly from from worship center to worship center, cult center to cult center. There was no uniform Egyptian religion. Okay, so we see Osiris, Orion here traveling, and he's accompanied by Sirius. Okay. In ancient Egypt, Sirius was regarded as the most important star in the sky. Well, obviously, because it's the brightest, right? In fact, it was astronomically the foundation of the Egyptians' entire religious system. It was revered as Sothis and was associated with Isis, the mother goddess of Egyptian mythology. Ancient Egyptians held Sirius in such a high regard that for most of their deities were associated in some way or another with the star. Okay? Anubis, the god-headed dog of death, or the dog-headed god of death, Freudian slip there, had an obvious connection with the dog star, and Thoth-Hermes, the great teacher of humanity, was also esoterically connected with the star. The Egyptian calendar system was based on the heliacal rising of Sirius that occurred just before the annual flooding of the Nile during summer. So, I mean, just think about that. You know, you're in the ancient world, and this big star shows up, and then, you know, your life is saved by the flooding of the Nile, right? The star was considered sacred, and its apparition in the sky was accompanied with feasts and celebrations. The dog star heralded the coming of the hot and dry days of July and August, hence the popular term, the dog days of summer. Several occult researchers have claimed that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built in perfect alignment with the stars, especially Sirius. I guess the prevailing opinion, of course, is Orion's belt, and we're going to get to that. The light from these stars were said to be used in ceremonies of the Egyptian mysteries, or the Egyptian mystery religions, let's just say. All right. And we've got some astrologers in the house, so anytime anybody want to chime in, you're more than welcome to. Okay. Now here's something very interesting. So there's Sothis on the left, and notice that she's got the big star in her head, right? And she's associated with the Nile, so it's associated with water. And let's look at the second or third most ubiquitous icon in the entire world, the siren. Starbucks, same thing, star on the head, 5-pointed star on the head, okay? So it isn't just a star, it's a 5-pointed star. So I think it's probably safe to say that there's something going on there, all right? The Starbucks coffee mermaid siren is based on Melusine, the so-called siren of the philosophers, but I don't believe she had the star in her crown. Okay, so very much we're seeing the symbology of Sirius, ancient Egypt, star cults embedded into, let's just say, that one of the top 5 most ubiquitous icons in the entire world. Okay. So there we go. All right. Happy Cosmic Trigger Day. Thank you. Thank you. So, okay. So we're going to... and then, of course, Siri. Yes. So this is an interesting story. And having worked in advertising, I kind of know how this game is played. You have a trademark that is not what you want people to think it is, okay? So you invent these stories. So the story with Siri is that it's based on Sigrid and whatever. But I mean, just look at the icon for Siri. It couldn't be plainer. You know, so we have the bright star in the center, and then these colorful, almost like these orbits. So it's almost like the orbit of Sirius A, B, and C here. Okay. And the other interesting thing too here is that we've got the red, green, and blue, aka the RGB. There has been a number of arguments over the years over. That's Linda, by the way. She's the dog. She's chiming in. You know, she's a dog, so she wants to talk about the dog star. That was her giving her 2 cents. So I mean, there it is. I mean, what can I tell you? I mean, I don't know how many people here have iPhones, but most of the world does. It seems. I have a Samsung, but here we go. 2 of the most ubiquitous icons, corporate icons in the entire world, right there in front of you, and they're both referencing Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. All right, so I think that's kind of hard to argue with, right? Now, you probably know about this from your Graham Hancock and, you know, the whole 90s style. got a bunch of Gen Xers here, I'm sure. The whole idea that the chambers in the Great Pyramid, the shafts, so-called ventilation shafts, aligned with the stars. From the King's chamber, we have Orion's belt. And from the Queen's chamber, we have Sirius. And then on the other side, it's Ursa Minor and Alpha Draconis, okay? So this is pretty clear. I don't think there's a lot of argument over this. I mean, there's some argument about whether the pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Giza, are based on Orion's belt, but I think it's pretty clear about the alignments with the shafts. It kind of speaks for itself, but it just shows you how important this stuff was to the ancient Egyptians, as to, you know, all people in the ancient world, and apparently in the modern world as well. So there you go. So you probably, I don't know if you got a chance to watch my presentation at the Astronosis conference, but these are just a couple of graphics. This shows you here, this is kind of the main focus of Egyptian religion. We have Apophis, aka Apep, which is the great serpent of the underworld, which is the galactic plane below the zodiac or the ecliptic. We've talked about Seth being a combination of Lepus and Lupus. Okay. We have Osiris as Orion, the headless one. Isis, who was beheaded by Horus in the myths, because Taurus is bisected by the ecliptic. And then Horus is Algol and Perseus, okay? And then this is from the Dendera zodiac on the right, where we see pretty much the major story. We see Set as a snake, which is ironic because he kills Apophis. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's very, very confusing, these religions. The kite is Isis mounting Osiris. The birth of Horus we see on the left there. Isis is the cow and associated with Hathor, also the cow. Thoth is the ram, and Algol, we see the king version of Horus and Algol, and Algol is the eye of Horus. Okay, so again, I mean, we've been through this before, but I just want to show you, these stars are very important to the ancients and the moderns. And here's the stairway to Sirius, which is Orion pointing at Sirius. We see Betelgeuse there. And this is inverted, okay, depending on what time of the year it is, all right? And then we see the horns of Taurus there, all right? So this is all background material. I mean, this is probably going to be review for a lot of people here. I'm sure a lot of people, you know all this stuff, but I want to just sort of bring people up to speed as far as, what's going on and what we're doing, just so you can, when we get to the darker, heavier stuff, you can have a solid basis, sort of a solid bedrock. And of course, the Freemasons, well renowned for their adoration of Sirius, okay, and their iconography. And we see on the left, Sirius, the blazing star. We see Boaz and Jachin, aka Castor and Pollux. And then we see the Eye of Horus, aka Algol. Now, the Eastern Star, I mean, there's some controversy about this. Some people think that it's Venus, right? And Venus is associated with the pentagram. But some people think that it is Sirius. So we do see the five-pointed star on Sothis in the Egyptian iconography. So, I mean, take your pick, right? Just take your pick. One thing I've noticed about a lot of Freemasons is that they don't even understand their own iconography. All right? And this is, of course, what put me on all of this back in 2008, when the election iconography that John McCain and Barack Obama used basically split up the stairway to Sirius, insofar as McCain used the pyramidion and the pentagram, and also the Masonic blue and gold in his campaign logo. And of course, Obama used the stairway, which is Orion's belt, and then the dome, right? The dome, It's actually not a sun. It's a dome. It's a taken from the glyph of Sirius. All right. So I just want to show you this because, again, this might be review for a lot of people, but I want people to see that this is no joke. I mean, this is real. These people really take this stuff seriously. All right. And again, I mean, here we go. Obama was always signaling with the Sirius and 17 and all the rest of it. You know, his first press conference, he turns to dog talk. This is a major issue. And he gets a Portuguese water dog, right? So it's Canis, dog, major, water, Sirius. I mean, it was just never ended with that guy. And we see that Joe, as best he can, has been trying to play up this symbolism as well. You know, we have the dog major, Canis major. I mean, they're not even trying to hide it. Jill Biden is Gemini. So, again, we're dealing with star cults. And really, at the top of the pyramid, I mean, I've seen it so often, so consistently, that I can't sit here and tell you that these people are anything but star cultists, really, at the bottom of it all. I mean, that's really who's kind of running the show, all right? So, plain as day, all right? I mean, there it is. And, of course, Sirius is in the tarot, so there's the 17 again, right? The Rider-Waite tarot on the left, that beautiful depiction of Aquarius. Only Aquarius is female in this case, but it's also Sirius. Don't ask me to explain. I don't understand how they come up with this stuff, but there you go. And then, of course, the Crowley Thoth deck in the center. And I guess the seven-pointed star there, seven-pointed star. And then on the right, there again is Melusine, Siren of the Philosophers. That is the Robert Place Alchemical Tarot. All right, it's a very beautiful deck. Robert Place is a wonderful illustrator, very classic style. And there you go. There is the Siren. And, one thing that I've talked a lot about over the years, and a lot of people have talked about, is this whole sort of homonymic connection between Siren and Sirian, and we see from the very beginning with Sothis and Sopdet that that's just kind of baked into the mix. And where this is taking us, I think, is going to surprise you quite a lot of ways here. But anyway, there's the tarot with this is the depictions of Ganymede, the water bearer, but feminized. And then in this case, of course, this is Melusine, and this is the what is this, Mercury and silver? Yeah, I believe it's Mercury and silver, the alchemical symbology there, and he also depicts a seven-pointed star. Okay, now in the classical world, there were 7 planets. There were not 9. So there you go. And the moon was one of them. And you can see that in those depictions above Melusine there. All right. Now this is interesting too. I mean, this is a decoding I had done on the moon trump. Okay, we've got the Twin Towers, which is Boaz and Jachin. And the flames falling from the sky, which I find interesting, with the Twin Towers. We have a very unhappy sun there. We have Canis Minor and Canis Major, okay? And that line that you see, that is the galactic plane, okay, going to the mountains in this case. And then we see Cancer sort of coming up. And we're going to talk about Cancer a bit as well. Cancer, of course, is next to Gemini, which is the Twin Towers, and so on. So this isn't, an exact depiction of, the spatial connections here aren't one-to-one, but I think the symbology is rather obvious. So what the moon is signifying here is what we've talked about quite a bit, which is the entrance into the stairway to heaven, or the royal arch through Gemini. Okay, and don't forget that the moon was right in the center of the galactic plane, meeting the zodiac that morning, that Tuesday morning, 9/11. Okay, so I think we're kind of seeing, getting a bit of the lay of the land here. This isn't a joke. It seems silly, it seems trite, but it's not. And I can't necessarily explain what this stuff means to them, personally, but all I can say is that we just see this over and over again. So anyhow, so we have Canis Minor and Canis Major there. And Puppis, so people think, they see Puppis and like, oh, puppies, right? Puppis is where the term poop deck comes from. Puppis is the ship, it's the Argo, okay? But all this below the zodiac, the ecliptic, that's the underworld, okay? That's the abyss. Those are the primordial waters, all right? And we've talked about this quite a bit. The World Financial Center, aka the Stairway to Sirius. And we see the the connections here, the pyramidion, the dome, and the five-sided pyramid depicted as a truncated pyramid, okay? Because it's kind of hard to get away with doing a star-shaped roof. And then, of course, the Royal Arch, which is the Stargate to the 2001 Monolith Hotel. We've talked about this and how this has to do with the Watchers and so on. And I think a lot of the symbology that we're going to discuss tonight also has to do with the Watchers. Again, I believe that this is the basis of the elite religion, and probably why the stars are important, because the stars are kind of all mixed up in this. And then we see the stairway to the 3 steps of Orion's belt, okay? So, I mean, there it is. And the only reason why anybody was able to pay attention to any of this, certainly I was. I mean, I used to, I take the train to Hoboken and take the train from Hoboken home. And I didn't really pay attention to this until the towers came down. And I was like, oh, wow, that's Sirius right there. Okay, so the stairway to Sirius. So we see here that, the gate came down, that the 2 pillars that guarded the stairway to heaven came down, and that was how either somebody was able to go through or somebody came out of the monolith, which is, we've talked about that, it's connected to the Watchers. And of course, the original title of the 2001 A Space Odyssey short story was The Sentinel, which is basically a synonym for Watcher, okay? So again, I just want, we're reviewing a lot of this. Some of this might be, old news to people, but I just want to reestablish, to reassert how the symbolism is used in the most blatant manners. And I think that it's rather disingenuous to try and argue that, we're seeing what we're seeing. I'm sure some people would try, but we're seeing what we're seeing. There's no question about it. There's no coherent argument to be made otherwise, all right? And then, of course, Crowley, Mr. Bandwagon Jumper, Mr. Catch-as-Catch-Can. When he quit the Golden Dawn, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which he sort of came up in as a boy or a young man, he formed the Silver Star, or the Astrum Argentis, and there's the sigil there, and there's another 7-pointed star again. We see sort of, what is that, like the X-Men logo or something? And the sevens, and the sevens, and the sevens, and so on. Now, there's a lot of controversy about this. I'm not familiar, so to speak, with Sirius being called the Silver Star. It's been called the Blue Star, okay? But it, for all I know, it could be. Again, the occult and so on gets very confusing. Upon Crowley's death in 1947, Carl Germer became the head of the OTO, and in 1948 gave Kenneth Grant a charter to run a group. It rapidly grew in size, but in 1954, Grant had the revelation that Thelema was focused around the star Sirius and the Egyptian deity Set. All right. And again, Set is associated with Sirius because, it's below the ecliptic, it's the primordial waters, it's the wilderness and all that kind of stuff. So I couldn't find a lot with Crowley directly addressing Sirius per se, but I mean, it's obviously all, it's implied, I would say, with all his sort of cod Egyptology that he wove into his, his sex and drug rituals. Now, this gets a little more interesting. Alice Bailey, right? We've talked about Alice Bailey a few times. She was really fixated on Sirius quite a bit. She has this whole idea of the Great White Brotherhood and the Great White Lodge and so on, and that was all on Sirius, and they traveled here through the starlight, astral projection, and so on. But she had a lot to say about Sirius. It was really important to her, or to her handlers, her Masonic handlers. Our solar system is negatively polarized as regards the sun Sirius, which influences our entire solar system, psychically via the three synthesizing schemes, Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn. Vibrations reach us from Sirius via the cosmic mental plane. The lords of karma in our system are under the rule of a greater lord of karma on Sirius. We are governed by the Syrian lord of karma. So, and there it is. I don't need to say much more, but let's do it for the sake of argument. Cosmic avatars represent embodied forces from the following cosmic centers: Sirius, and that one of the 7 stars, the Pleiades of the Great Bear. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, Pleiades is in Taurus. My mistake. Which is ensouled by the prototype of the Lord of the Third Ray and our own cosmic nature. Yeah, I mean, if you start to read Alice Bailey too much, you just get extremely confused. And I've often wondered if that's intentional, that there is a way of just sort of speaking nonsense in such a way that it almost becomes like a form of hypnotism. Only one being from Sirius has visited our system, and that was at the time of individualization. What does that even mean? I don't even know. Continuing, this is the great star of initiation because our hierarchy and expression of the second aspect of divinity is under the supervision of spiritual magnetic control of the hierarchy of Sirius. This is like word salad, right? These are the major controlling influences whereby the cosmic Christ works upon the Christ principle in the solar system, in the planet, and man, and the lower forms of life expression. It is esoterically called the brilliant star of sensitivity. Yeah, I mean, you'll still see this. And you go watch any of these sort of big New Age gurus on YouTube, and it's just, it's like a Mad Lib or something. All that can be done here in dealing with this profound subject is to enumerate briefly some of the cosmic influences which definitely affect our Earth and produce results in the consciousness of men everywhere, and which during the process of initiation bring about certain specific phenomena. First and foremost is the energy or force emanated from the sun Sirius. If it might be so expressed, the energy of thought, of mind force, in its totality, reaches the solar system from a distant cosmic center via Sirius. Sirius acts as the transmitter or the focalizing center whence emanate these influences which produce self-consciousness in man. So, I mean, this is really at the basis of her teachings. And, as I've said, if you read that paper that I posted, a lot of this was sort of absorbed by Lovecraft. Probably, again, I've talked about his connections with intelligence and so on through Houdini and Hoffman Price. But, if you start to read a lot of this Alice Bailey stuff, you're going to see a lot of this, traveling through stars and starlight and but it's also associated with the oceans and so on. So again, this is Sirius, this is the Abyss, this is Tiamat, this is the Watchers. There's a whole litany of connections here that all have to do with these underground streams, these occult groups and secret societies and mystery traditions, all right? I mean, that's really what we're seeing here. That's really what we're talking about here. So all this symbolic language, if you don't take it at face value, because if you do take it at face value, you will literally become insane. If you look at it symbolically and realize that she's talking about these underground streams of knowledge and the occult and so on, and that's really what it's about. And that's what we see expressed in Lovecraft, ironically enough, right? Ironically enough. And now we get to Kenneth Grant. And Kenneth Grant is probably the only writer who makes Alice Bailey look cogent and plain spoken. Kenneth Grant, I mean, even amongst occultists, even amongst Thelemites, he's seen as a nutcase. And if you read his books, you'll see why. And one thing that I've noticed when I did read his books is that he's really obsessed with having sex with menstruating 13-year-old girls. You see it over and over again in his literature, but it's all couched in this symbolic language. But that guy, he was a bad dude, let's just say. So let me just go through some of this stuff, because it's just, like I said, if you read too much of this stuff, you will start to go literally insane. Sirius, the dog star in the Arcane tradition, the vast star Sirius symbolizes the sun behind the sun, or the secret sun, right? We'll get to that. I.e. the true father of the universe. Sirius was the primordial star of all time. As the duplicator or renewer of time cycles, he was known in Egypt. So this is interesting because he's rendering it as a man, and that has to do with the name Sirius, which comes from Sirios, which is a male deity from which the name comes, all right? But anyhow, he was known in Egypt as the doubling one, therefore a creator, reflector of the image. Sirius or Set, so he's identifying Sirius here with Set, or Typhon, the Typhonian OTO, right? Was the original headless one, headless right, bornless right? Oceanorophorus. So, I mean, he's saying that Set is the original headless one, so he's kind of, you know, he's taking a little bit from Canis Major, he's taking a little bit from Orion, he's taking a little bit from Lepus, but, you know, that's the way this guy rolls. The light of the lower region, the south, who is known in Egypt as An or Anubis, the dog, Set An, lord of the infernal regions, the place of the heat, later interpreted in a moral sense as hell. He's just winging it. Sothis, the soul, the star of Isis, another name for Sirius, the dog star. Set is the star of Isis, thus Venus is transcended in. Again, what does that even mean? Sirius in the sense that the child surpasses the mother. The Sothiatic cycle was a period of time like the Phoenix and other cycles, whatever. You can't even write full sentences. In ancient Egypt, Sothis was the opener of the year, rising in time to announce the inundation of Nile, which brought relief to a sun-stricken land. Hence, Sothis was the star of annunciation. So, I mean, that's basically right. But this is where it just falls apart here. So there's Kenneth Grant there on the left. I have a lot of questions about this guy. I wonder how he made money. He lived in a pretty fancy neighborhood in London. Actually, the same neighborhood where Gillian Anderson had lived up until recently. Where did he get his money? What did he do for work? I don't understand this guy. I don't think who bought those books? I don't know. I don't know anybody who bought those books. Somehow he was able to live very comfortably with no visible source of income. But this, if you want to read this stuff later on, it's just all, it's just Mad Libs. It's just total word drool, word vomit. And it's sort of compounded by the fact that I took this from a from a text file, which was obviously auto-translated or done through OCR and done rather poorly. Probably a long time ago, probably back in the 90s when people thought Kenneth Grant was interesting. I don't know. If you want to read it later on, be my guest. Like I said, if you read his books, you will go insane. I think the only book that is relatively cogent is The Magic Revival. But even then, he kind of gets a little strange. Very dark, disturbing man. I have this weird sort of instinct that he was mixed up with Jimmy Savile in that crowd. I can't prove it at all, obviously. There's very little information at all about him, which I find extremely puzzling. Something's going on here, and that's probably going to be the topic of a future live stream. And obviously we have the, Sirius is obviously very popular in the New Age, right? We have the association with these blue-skinned creatures and the association with the blue star and the association with the star seeds and so on, Sirius Ascension, Space Brothers kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of this in sort of the New Age, sort of like, I guess maybe like the 70s, 80s New Age. There's probably still some of the stuff out there. I don't think it's really has the cachet that it once had. It's probably extremely marginal now. But it was very popular for quite some time. So in those circles, so to speak. But, I mean, you can just see it there. Very much characteristic of that phase of the New Age movement. And full disclosure, of course, my first published work was through Sirius. They were up in Andover, New Jersey, and that's where I came up with The Secret Sun. I had no idea about any of this stuff, or maybe like a vague idea, but I was a Christian then, and I this was all devilry. I didn't want anything to do with this stuff. But the publisher of Halo, and I actually did an adaptation of the if you remember the old Primal Rage video game, I did a comic book adaptation. That was a total, that's a story in and of itself. But so I came up with the term Secret Sun, and it was because I was coming home from dropping off work in New York. This is back in the day when I was in and out of New York because I had to drop the stuff off and meet clients and so on. And it's like, well, I need a brand, because everybody who worked for Sirius needed a brand, an imprint. It was ridiculous. But anyhow, somebody was reading who is it now? Oh, I'm going to forget the name. Why am I forgetting the name? That magical realism writer, I think he was Argentinian, was reading a book by him. And I believe it was a Spanish language edition, and it had like an eclipse on the cover, on the book cover. And I was like, oh, Secret Sun. And that's basically how I came up with the term. And as I've said before, the Secret Sun comes from dreams. So for all I know, it is, transmissions from Sirius. I don't know. I always associate it with the full moon, but there you go. Sirius published, my friend Joe Linsner's book. Sirius was really a cool company. Just before the whole independent market just crashed, they were doing some interesting stuff. But that's, that's my full disclosure there. So take that for what it's worth. I'm going to plead ignorance again. I had very little connotations with Sirius. And I said that the publisher lent me the Temple book, The Sirius Mystery, which I must admit that the first time I tried reading it, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I just had no idea what he was talking about at all. So I don't think I really kind of got into it until several years later. But anyway, be that as it may, Sirius Mystery. This is my segue into the Sirius Mystery, okay? Humanity's secret ancient connection with Sirius. Did ancient aliens come from the Dog Star? And this is from a New Age site called Message to Eagle. And what we see on the left is the Dogon people dressed as the Nomo, these amphibious aliens that they say contacted them and taught them about Sirius, right? And this is Robert Temple, Freemason. I think he's involved in some other secret society as well. You see Anubis here. He made an actually interesting argument that I think has some merit, that the Sphinx was not a lion, but it was Anubis. And that makes sense because of the connection with the dog and the dog star and Orion's belt. So that makes sense to me, and also just visually. The Sphinx has been restored so many times that it's kind of hard to tell. And of course, for thousands of years, maybe hundreds of years, it was underneath the sand. So whatever. But I think that's actually, I think the Sirius Mystery is an interesting book, and there's a lot of interesting mythology and stuff there. But as far as these two arguments, I find that this argument that the Anubis was the Sphinx to be much more compelling. All right. So some elements of the Dogon mythology, doggone it, Dogon, are reminiscent of ancient Egypt, including the prominence of Sirius in their traditions. Other aspects reveal an impressive knowledge of bits and pieces of modern astronomy. For example, according to Griol and Dieterlein, the Dogon believe that the Earth and other planets rotate on their axes and orbit the Sun, that Jupiter has 4 moons, and that Saturn has a ring around it. Of course, I think Jupiter has more than 4 moons, right? I don't know. If the Dogon astronomical mythological story had stopped there, it would have been remarkable, but probably would not have warranted a detailed critique by a media superstar such as Carl Sagan. The cause of all the commotion was the claim that the Dogon believed that Sirius has a dark, invisible companion with a 50-year orbit. The companion is very heavy and made of a special metal which is not found on Earth. This is an accurate description. Let me have a drink. It's been a long day and it's hot, so I'm having trouble speaking. Hold on a sec. This is an accurate description of our knowledge of Sirius B, after it was observed with powerful telescopes and described by scientists using the theories of quantum mechanics and relativity. How did the Dogon come by this knowledge? Temple's book says that long ago an ark descended to the ground amid a great wind and brought amphibious beings known as the Nomo, who gave the Dogon the scoop on Sirius B. Okay. I'm sure a lot of folks here have read that book and are familiar with those theories, right? Just check out here. All right. Okay. So that's that, and we see the Dogon in their ceremonial garb. Actually, it almost reminds me of Set, the guy on the right, on the picture on the left. And then we see the Kulu, sort of the fishmen of Mesopotamian religion, right? With their little purses. I love the purses. I love the fact that they've got these fish costumes on. These sort of salmon of, what is it, salmon of knowledge? Costumes with these purses. I love the purses. Wonderful touch. All right, so this stems from Berosus, who was I believe a Greek historian who wrote about the history of ancient Babylon. In the very first year, there appeared from the Red Sea, in an area bordering on Babylonia, a frightening monster called Oannes. It had the whole body of a fish, but underneath and attached to the head of the fish, there was another head, human, joined to the tail of the fish, feet like those of a man, and it had a human voice. Its form has been preserved in culture, or in sculpture to this day, also culture, right? Berosus said that this monster spent its days with men, never eating anything, but teaching them the skills necessary for writing and mathematics and for all sorts of knowledge, how to build cities, found temples, and make laws. Oannes taught men how to determine borders and divide land, also how to plant seeds and then to harvest fruits and vegetables. In short, it taught men all these things conducive to a settled and civilized life. Since that time, nothing further has been discovered. So Oannes, as probably said before, is similar to, this is basically the story of Osiris or Dionysus. A lot of these kind of gods, these civilizing gods. And obviously Osiris is associated with, the primordial waters and so on, because he's Orion and he's below the ecliptic. Anyway, at the end of the day, this monster Oannes went back to the sea and spent the night. It was amphibious, able to live on land and on sea. So, it's a merman, okay, right? And I've always found a little curious that Dogon is so closely linked to Dagon, right? So just a difference of one vowel, which, in entomology is nothing at all. But yeah, so we have these fishmen associated with bringing knowledge and wisdom and all that good stuff, right? Now, let's talk about the culture. Let's talk about how all this stuff has seeped into the culture. So we saw the Masonic stuff. We saw some of the occult stuff, Kenneth Grant and Alice Bailey and Aleister Crowley and so on. But let's get a bit into the culture, because Sirius had sort of a revival, partly because of the Sirius mystery, but had, a big revival in the 70s. Stockhausen, what would you even call him? Postmodern, experimental composer, whatever. Composed, I guess, an opera called Sirius. Sirius has been described as a modern mystery play clothed as a science fiction story. While not described by the composer as an opera, it is nevertheless a musical drama in which 4 emissaries from a planet orbiting the star Sirius bring a message to Earth. Right? Stockhausen chanced upon a passage in a book by Jacob Lorber describing Sirius as the sun at the center of our universe, which it isn't, but, whatever. And this fired his imagination. So, quoting Stockhausen here, Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, other snippets of vitally important information then came to me through a couple of revelatory dreams. This is the kind of stuff that people talked a lot about in the 70s. Crazy dreams from which it emerged that not only did I come from Sirius itself, but that in fact I completed my musical education there. Okay. So, you see the water. So it's interesting because it's associated with the flooding of the Nile, but also the primordial waters beneath the ecliptic. You're going to see a lot of merman and water and all this kind of imagery, right? And also, so the idea of walk-ins from Sirius. So we saw, this is basically coming from Alice Bailey, and it's kind of what Stockhausen was alluding to. Some other people have alluded to. Also Kenneth Grant. But so this is a very popular book in the 70s, Aliens Among Us by Ruth Montgomery. Started out as a journalist, became sort of a New Age guru, and sort of revived the whole idea of walk-ins. So walk-ins is basically spirit possession, put simply. Walk-in is a term used by Ruth Montgomery for a highly aware entity from the spiritual dimension who, with permission, enters an unwanted adult human body. An unwanted adult human body. All right. In order to begin its humanitarian work at once by avoiding living the childhood years. A walk-in experience differs from a spiritual awakening or near-death experience in one important way. The experiencer has the perception that their soul, instead of leaving the body and dying, leaves and is replaced by another. A starseed is an individual with strong memories and connections to lives and existences on other planets and in other forms. Okay, so these are two different concepts, similar. Again, this is coming from Alice Bailey and probably from Blavatsky and probably from people before that, but of these spiritual entities from, in this case, Sirius, inhabiting human bodies. So Ruth Montgomery had this whole theory of history that all these pivotal figures throughout history were walk-ins, that they were human bodies possessed by Syrians, okay, put simply. And of course, the X-Files, right? So that whole concept was taken pretty much whole cloth and put into this X-Files episode called Red Museum, which is about the Church of the Red Museum, this cult, vegan cult that sort of settles down the middle of cow country in Wisconsin. But let me just read this passage here. Scully, so you started to tell me about walk-ins, but I'm not sure if I grasp the finer points. Well, it's kind of a New Age religion based on an old idea that if you lose hope or despair and want to leave this mortal coil, take note of that, you become open and vulnerable to a inhabitation by a new spirit, a new enlightened spirit. Okay, so this is taken straight from Ruth Montgomery, the Syrians, the creatures from Sirius, inhabiting human bodies, sirens, if you like, with this mortal coil reference. But the interesting thing is that we see two high school kids who are kidnapped by a pedophile that seems rather unsettlingly modeled on Steven Spielberg, and the actress who plays the girl is named Elizabeth Rosen, and the actor who plays the boy is named Bob Fraser. So we have Elizabeth Rosen and Bob Fraser. This mortal coil. Okay, there we go. So, and now it's going to get dark. So let's just give you a bit of background here. So what had happened is that Marshall Applewhite and his friends had watched that episode of the X-Files and said, oh, Chris Carter is sending us secret messages. We're the walk-ins. So this is late 94. So this really starts them on the whole road where they're going to exit their vehicles in March of 97. Okay? I mean, this is really what starts it, because they're waiting for the spaceships to land and so on. And then they watch that episode of the X-Files. What was that? I think it was early 95. Anyway, so they watch that episode and they're like, oh, that's us. He's talking to us. This is a message directed towards us. Okay, this is about us. But actually what it's about is about this rather horrific story about the Order of the Solar Temple. And this is much more directly tied to Sirius, okay? Founded by Joseph de Membro and Luc Jouret, the Order of the Solar Temple was located in Switzerland, France, and Canada. They had several directives in creating a cult, but their basic goal was to reestablish the notions of authority and power they thought the world needed. So this was like one of these weird kind of authoritarian European cults. They did some especially crazy things that included murder, rituals, wearing hoods, and of course mass suicide in 1994 and 1997. Okay, so this is basically a sex cult with a lot of people with a lot of money, and this is not, you know, Heaven's Gate. This is some people who are connected and people who have money, and you know, people who like to have sex with it. You know, Heaven's Gate were very obviously celibate and so on. So I mean, this is basically a sex cult. But let me just read you this part here. Together, Jouret and de Membro convinced followers that they would lead them after death to a planet which revolves around the star Sirius. They regarded death as an illusion and that life continues on other planets. Okay. So there is some controversy. There's some. I mean, this might make a great live stream too, but there is some controversy about whether these people actually kill themselves or there was some dark doings with intelligence and some, you know, far-right sex and so on. Yeah, I mean, this is a dark story, but this is basically a sex cult with a lot of, like, rich, good-looking people. So Joseph de Membro was in charge of the cult's rituals and ceremonies. He led prayers and guided members through meditation sessions. In order to emphasize his importance on the cult and his status as holy, he told members that his son was conceived through theogamy or marriage with the gods. All right. He also stated that his daughter was conceived immaculately, like Mary's pregnancy with Jesus Christ. Yeah, these are pretty bold claims to make, and cults who make these kind of claims usually don't last long. But there you go. There you go. And they had these ideas of, like, you know, a child. I guess de Membro's child, his boy, was going to be like the next Christ child, and then this other boy, these members of the cult. I think the boy and the parents were murdered because he was the Antichrist. I mean, these people got real crazy, really crazy. On October 5th, 1994, 53 members of the cult in Switzerland and Canada were found dead, including its founders, Luc Jouret and Joseph de Mambro. The defining characteristics of the mass suicide was fire. Remember that Sirius is the burning star, the blazing star, all this kind of language, which is what brought authorities to the crime scenes. A burned-out farmhouse in Switzerland held 23 bodies, and 25 more were in burned-down ski chalets in another part of Switzerland. The other 15 were found in Canada, where the cult leaders lived, and that's up in Montreal and Quebec. Again, I mean, you know, Switzerland, CERN, Gotthard Tunnel, all that kind of stuff. Inner Circle members appeared to have used poison to die, while other members had bags over their heads and had been shot in the head. Overkill. They wore white ceremonial robes and were arranged in a circle, feet together, facing a temple. The following year, another 16 bodies were found in the French Alps, also burned and similar in ritual to the first mass suicide. Among the casualties were 3 children, and in both instances, voluntary participation in the acts was questionable. So again, I mean, there's a lot of, the authorities were very quick to call these ritual suicides, but there's a lot of evidence leading people to believe that these were ritual murders. All right. Among the many things that Jouret claimed in front of elite members of the cult was that in a previous life he was a member of the Knights Templar. He told them that he was the third reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Using the authority this gave him, Jouret would choose female members of the cult to engage with sexually before ceremonies. Yeah, I mean, again, this is a sex cult. Several days before the first mass suicide, de Mambro recruited 12 of his closest and highest ranked followers. They recreated their versions of the Last Supper, the biblical final meal attended by Jesus Christ and his apostles, the Passover meal. So, yeah, very dark, very nasty. And again, like I said, this is a serious cult, all right? And, we know about Rael, right? That the cult, the French cult started by the race car driver who claimed that they could clone and everything. There seems to be a lot of crossover with them, but this is just, I'm sort of skating over the details, but this was a very dark bunch. And they had a lot of weird connections with a lot of dangerous people, so who the hell knows what happens, all right? And then, the bodies would all be arranged in these circles, these ritual circles, okay? And that, I believe, is in all the mass events, both in Switzerland and in Canada, all right? And of course, the X-Files did a takeoff on this in a 2-parter in the 9th season called Providence. And Providence, yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious. So I think that, Chris Carter seemed very interested in the Order of the Solar Temple, which is very interesting given his connections with military and intelligence. Kind of makes me wonder what he was privy to, all right? But again, I mean, this is a serious cult. They're a serious Templar sex cult, which is just all kinds of interesting. And I'm sure it was a lot of fun until everybody died. Part of the slide won't load. So anyway. Oh, hey. Technical difficulties. Here we go. Let's try this again. I had this problem before. Right. Okay, so give me a second here. Thank you. Presenter view. There we go. Back. We're back again, folks. It's probably something to do with the heat or the sun. Yeah. Sorry about that. Out of my control. Today, July 23rd. It's still July 23rd where I am. Sirius rises on the horizon, and the sun moves from Cancer into Leo. Okay. Now, the crabs associated with Sirians in Star Trek and Valis, we're going to get to that, but also with the great gods of Samothrace, the Cubby, Erie. All right. So, where am I? All right. So there we go. And this, is, of course, is the beast from the sea, which is a time of year. I stood upon the sea and saw the beast rise up of the sea, and that's Cancer. And then, of course, in the beast, which I saw was like unto a leopard, which is Leo Minor, and his feet were like the feet of a bear, which is the feet of Ursa Major, and his mouth was the mouth of a lion, which is Leo Major. So the leopard, Leo Minor, was an asterism at the time of this writing. It was not a separate constellation, but there you go. Now, in the past 120 years or so, we've seen some interesting things take place on July 23rd, all right? The Ford Motor Company, Henry Ford, Freemason, sells its first car. Chinese Communist Party is established. Fox Film buys the patents of the movie tone system for recording sound onto film. Of course, big Masonic connections there. First station of the Indian Broadcasting Company goes in the air, which is just basically a wing of the British Broadcasting Company, so obviously Masonic. We had the overthrow of King Farouk of Egypt, and NASA was put into power, and that ties in people like Miles Copeland and so on. So Masonic, 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 Masonic. Telstar relays its first publicly transmitted live transatlantic television program in 1962. And then another satellite in 1972, 10 years later. The United States launches Landsat, the first Earth resources satellite. In 1980, Pham Tuan becomes the first Asian in space. He's a Vietnamese gentleman. He went into space with the Soyuz mission. 1995, speaking of Marshall Applewhite and the Heaven's Gate crowd, Comet Hale-Bopp is discovered. Okay, and that was their ride. That was Heaven's Gate Uber, right? 1999, Space Shuttle Columbia launches and deploys the Chandra X-ray Observatory. And of course, Columbia was destroyed in an explosion over Palestine, Texas in 2003. And in 2015, NASA announces the discovery of Kepler 452b. And that's the Kepler mission, which is... we've talked about that. It's focus on that area of space between Cygnus, Lyra, and Cassiopeia. The gates of heaven, Heaven's Gate, and at least the East Gate, right? All right, so, okay, let me just see how we're doing here. You want to be a cult leader? I don't think you do, because you always end up dying. One way or the other. So again, 23rd. But so I'm just telling you, we're going to get really dark here on the 23rd. 40 years ago today. Oh, no, we're not getting there yet. One more. Robert Anton Wilson, right? Another guy who was interested in Sirius and Crowley and all that kind of stuff, and thought he was receiving missions from an extraterrestrial from the planet Sirius. Same day Monica Lewinsky was born, which is a fascinating connection there, right? Because the meaning of is Isis, right? That whole thing. I'm going to do a live stream on that, because that whole thing, that impeachment saga was 100% ritual, 100% from beginning to end. Mayor Emily Riley officially declared July 23rd, 2003 as Robert Anton Wilson Day in the city of Santa Cruz. So this is these I'm having trouble talking. It's been a long day. I worked really hard on this. Kenneth Grant, one of Crowley's closest associates in the Ordo Templi Orientis, repeatedly links Crowley with Sirius and seems to be hinting that the holy guardian angel contacted by Crowleyan mind expansion techniques is a denizen of Sirius. All right. And that seems to be the inspiration for him making his own contact. And like I said, this is more from Alice Bailey than Crowley and Kenneth Grant. I don't know what's going on. But the interesting thing is, so I've talked a lot about how Lovecraft was basically working from Alice Bailey texts, but so is Kenneth Grant. But I don't know if he's ever acknowledged that, right? I don't know if he's ever acknowledged that, but there is an interesting connection between those three people, right? And this just talks about how Crowley called the Illuminati the Order of the Silver Star Argentum Astrum. Okay. I think you can tell that I'm not impressed with any of this stuff. I think Robin Anton Wilson, I won't go into that. I'm not a fan. I met him back in, like, what was it, 1990 or so, and it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and he was drunk as a skunk, totally out of it. Sad guy. Had some tragedies in his life, but became a major alcoholic, and sort of your go-to person, for like, don't harsh my mellow kind of hippie stuff, and I'm just not into it. So let's talk about July 23rd, 1982. Some of you might remember this story. The crash of the helicopter that killed Vic Morrow, the actor Vic Morrow, and 2 children. John Landis was filming in Santa Clarita in California, and we'll get into that in a bit. And there was a shot with a helicopter and all this pyrotechnics and so on. Apparently the rotor on the helicopter was delaminated, and the helicopter crashed, and Morrow was killed, unfortunately. In reviewing this information, reviewing this story, I'm not going to say this was a human sacrifice ritual, all right? I'm not going to say that. But I'm also not going to not say that, all right? This is all the hallmarks of a human sacrifice ritual, and we're going to see how that leads us directly to Sirius. I cannot prove that. I'm not casting aspersions or making legal claims. I'm just saying that it looks like it, all right? It looks like it. Very much looks like it. Okay, so here's the story. On July 23rd, 1982, a Bell UH-1, also known as a Huey Iroquois helicopter, crashed at Indian Dunes in Valencia, California, United States during the making of the Twilight Zone movie. The crash killed actor Vic Morrow and child actors Micah Din Lee and Renee Shin Yi Chen, who were on the ground, and injured the 6 helicopter passengers and the pilot. The incident led to years of civil and criminal action against the personnel overseeing the shoot, including director John Landis. And after the incident, new procedures and safety standards in the film industry were introduced. Now, the interesting thing is that Landis kind of, claimed that this hurt his career. But, he went on to do, he did Coming to America and some other pretty big hits. I don't think it really hurt his career. It hurt his relationship with Spielberg, because Spielberg was producing this picture and blamed Landis for the crash. Okay, but anyway, so on the top there you see Santa Clarita, and we see that the Santa Clara River running through it. And on the bottom, this is Vic Morrow and these 2 children just before they were killed in this helicopter crash, which is caught on film. Terrible situation. And Morrow and one of the children, the boy, I think, were beheaded by the blades, and the girl was crushed, I believe, by the stabilizer. So this was a terrible, terrible thing. It was a huge news story. People still talk about it to this day. 40 years ago, just gruesome, horrific story. And like I said, I'm not going to say this was a human sacrifice ritual, but I'm not going to say it wasn't. July 23rd, obviously, Sirius, and we're going to get into that in just a bit. So, the first, I'm always, I'm very visually oriented. So the first thing I thought when I see Vic Morrow carrying these two children is I think of, the Great Pyramids. And, Khufu or Cheops in the center being the largest, and the two others, which are relatively similar sizes. And of course, not far from the Nile. So they were on the river. They were on the Santa Clara River when they were killed. So that might seem a bit tenuous to some people, but that's just the first thing I thought when I looked at that. I was like, oh, that really reminds me of the Great Pyramids. And we'll see why in just a moment. All right? Excuse me. And on the left is artwork, I guess, for the DVD of the Twilight Zone movie. And the movie itself was released on St. John's Day, 1983. Released on St. John's Day, June 24th. Midsummer Fires. We've talked a lot about that in the Elizabeth Fraser thing, connected to Chris Cornell, and so on. So again, St. John's Day. So why is that significant? Well, interestingly enough, like I said, Vic Morrow was decapitated while filming The Twilight Zone, okay, on St. John's Day. You with me? Following me here? It's a Masonic feast. St. John's Day is a Masonic feast. The feast of John the Baptist falls on June 24th. And of course, John the Baptist, aka Oannes, right? Yohanan. I believe the name John is ultimately derived from Oannes. A lot of Hebrew names are clearly have very close parallels in other languages, other Semitic languages, and they just kind of, they kind of gave them a little gloss. But Oannes connects to Osiris and Orion, so it's the headless one. John the Baptist was beheaded. You see Salome there, who could be, could be a stand-in for Isis or Sothis, right? But so the film in which Vic Morrow was beheaded was ultimately released the next year on St. John's Day, the Masonic feast of the beheaded John the Baptist. All right, that's again, this is where I'm just starting like this is a red flag to me. All right, this is where the red flags start flying. Now, Santa Clarita, the connection, I always think of the Santa Clarita Diet with Drew Barrymore, another film in 1982, right? Plays a zombie who has to eat human flesh and everything. Santa Clarita means Little St. Clair. And then we see St. Clair in one of her acclaimed miracles rescuing a boy from two wolves, or a wolf and a dog in other versions of the story. The mother prays for St. Clair to rescue her child from these two dogs, the two wolves. And that to me just clearly seems to be Orion and the two Canis constellations. All right. So again, starting to add up. Right? So we have this visual connotation, not only with the size, but also the river, the beheading, St. John's Day, St. Clair, Orion, the headless one. You with me here? And then the river there, and the connection with the Great Pyramids and Orion's belt, and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. It just never ends with this stuff. Now, this is not so much a red flag as just like a screaming siren, no pun intended. The Bell helicopter was invented by this gentleman here, Arthur M. Young. Okay, we see him doing one of his tests. He was hired by the Bell Aviation company, which later became Bell Helicopter, because of his inventions. He basically invented the modern helicopter and the stabilizers and the rotors and so on that allow these things to stay up in the air. But he was also a founding member of the Council of Nine channeling cult from Sirius. Right? So, okay. Is everybody there out with, you with me out there? Are you following me? All right. I just, I've got a bit of delay here, but there we go. There we go. Again, starting to add up. This guy is, Vic Morrow is beheaded on the Rising of Sirius with a invention created by a Sirius cultist. I don't know how much clearer I can make that. So the book on the left is a briefing for the landing on planet Earth, which promised that there would be a mass landing in 1977. Yeah. You know what I think about those mass landings, right? But the Council of Nine cult, very highly placed, as we'll see, and extremely influential. And they're going to weave their way back into our story very shortly. But Arthur Young was one of the founding, grand poobahs of the Council of Nine channeling cults, all right? And I find it interesting, the dragonfly logo there, because that ties us to Elizabeth Fraser and Chester Bennington, okay? Arthur Middleton Young, November 3rd, 1905, May 30th, 1995, was an American inventor, helicopter pioneer, cosmologist, philosopher, astrologer, and author. Young was the designer of Bell Helicopter's first helicopter, inventor of the stabilizer bar, I mentioned before. One of the children was killed by the stabilizer bar, used on many of Bell's early helicopter designs. He also founded the Institute for the Study of Consciousness in Berkeley in 1972. Young advocated process philosophy in an attempt to integrate the realm of human thought and experience with the realm of science. Young's theory embraces evolution and the concept of the great chain of being. He's influenced such thinkers as Stanislav Grof and Loveland Koblenz, both associated with Esalen, by the way. Young married artist Ruth Forbes Payne's. Again, it's been a long day and it's hot as hell. Ruth Forbes Payne of the Boston Forbes family, a great-granddaughter of Ralph Waldo Emerson and the mother of Michael Payne. Ruth Forbes was formerly married to George Lyman Payne. Their son, Michael Payne, married Ruth Hyde Payne, a friend of Lee Harvey Oswald's wife, Marina, who was living with her at the time of the JFK assassination. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Sinister Forces, Peter Levender's work on this. But again, so you see where I'm going here. We have this actor killed in this with the invention of a Sirius cultist on the big day of the Sirius cult. And then in turn, this guy is connected to Lee Harvey Oswald and JFK assassination and so on. I don't believe Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated JFK, but you know where I'm going with this, right? So let's talk about the Council of Nine. I've done a lot on the Council of Nine. I did the entire Secret Star Trek series on the Council of Nine. I believe they are still very much in existence. I believe they are very much underground, but I think they are very much highly placed. Obviously, I think they were very highly placed within the Star Trek organization. But let's just talk about the origin story here. In fact, the story of the Council of Nine begins nearly 50 years ago, or 50 years before this was written, in a private research laboratory in Glen Cove, Maine, called the Round Table Foundation, run by a medical doctor named Andrija Puharich, also known as Henry Puharich. Set up in 1948 to research the paranormal, among the noted psychics studied at the foundation were the famous Irish medium Eileen Garrett and the Dutch clairvoyant Peter Hurkos. Prominent members included the influential philosopher and inventor Arthur M. Young and the socialite Alice Bouverie, who was an Astor. Okay, so like I said, very highly placed. This is like, in some ways, like the Order of the Solar Temple are kind of like they're evil twins, or maybe they're more evil twins. I don't know. In December 1952, Puharich brought into his laboratory an Indian mystic named Dr. D.J. Vinod, who began to channel the nine or the nine principles. In the months before Vinod returned to India, the group met regularly to hear the nine's channeled wisdom. Never known for their modesty, the nine proclaimed themselves to be God, stating, God is nobody else than we together, the nine principles of God. So this is the Ennead, all right? It turns out that this is the Ennead of later, sort of like Middle Kingdom Egyptian religion. The emissary, and that's a term that gets recycled in Star Trek, of course, in Deep Space Nine, or I call it Deep Space The Nine. He called himself Tom, but he was Atum, the creator god, Atum, the non-binary creator god, by the way. So, I mean, this is a big deal. This is a group with a lot of pull and a lot of influence in the intelligence community, as they call it, and in the defense contracting community, obviously with Arthur Bell and Bell Helicopter, huge, I don't know what they are now, but they were a huge defense contractor at the time, obviously with the Hueys in Vietnam and so on. So this is this isn't like some weird little trailer park cult. This is the cream of the social crop, and they're all crazy and probably all evil. So let's talk about Arthur Young and the Sirius mystery. So let's go back. We talked about Robert Temple and his book, The Sirius Mystery. Very influential book, right? People really bought into it for a long time. I'm going to read from an article by Philip Coppens, the late Philip Coppens. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with his work. And he's referring to the Sirius mystery. Its glory came crashing down earlier this summer when Lynn Picknick and Clive Prince published The Stargate Conspiracy. Another book. I think it took me like 3 times to figure out what that book was even about. Anyhow, that book stated that Temple had been highly influenced in his thinking by his mentor, Arthur Young. Oh boy, Arthur Young again, right? Young was a fervent believer in the Council of Nine, a group of channeled entities that claimed they were the 9 created gods of ancient Egypt. The 9 are part of the UFO and New Age cults, and many claim to be in contact with them. The 9 also claim to be extraterrestrial beings from the star Sirius. In 1952, Young was the 9 people present during the first contact with the council, where it was initiated by Andrea Puharich, the man who brought the Israeli spoonbender and presumed psychic Uri Geller to America. Mossad agent Uri Geller. They set up its SRI. We'll get into that. It was Young who gave Temple a French article on the secret star lore, the Dogon, an article written by the 2 people whom he cited. In 1996, Temple, at the impressionable age of 21, became secretary of Arthur Young's Foundation for the Study of Consciousness. Again, this is the Sirius cult, all right? We've talked about other star cults. This is one of the big ones. This is the Sirius cult, okay? Very, very, very highly influential, very highly placed, very powerful, okay? And, interestingly enough, the late Vic Morrow has a daughter who's a very well-known actress, Jennifer Jason Leigh. Been in a number of movies. I remember seeing her for the first time in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. She was in Single White Female, Twin Peaks, and of course Annihilation. And that's sort of the big one there. Estranged from her father for quite some time. But there you go. So like I said, the whole death, this whole quote unquote accident, just has a very strange smell to me. And the fact that these people were beheaded, that Vic Morrow was beheaded, and all the other symbolism is just very, very troubling to me. Particularly when you start to add in the connections with Arthur Young and the Sirius cult. Okay, and like I said, this is on the big day, July 23rd. When Robert Anton Wilson said that a Sirius emissary spoke to him telepathically. All right, stuff was big in the 70s. And of course, Sirius is also folded into the whole Montauk Project situation, that whole series of books, and that connects us, of course, to Stranger Things. In the Montauk Project, it was the Syrians who provided the Montauk chair used for the time experiments. That's a whole other story. Like the special chair at Camp Hero, and they were traveling through time and space and all that kind of stuff. It was a Mr. X who had approached me and told me that he'd been involved in negotiations to, presumably with the Syrians, to obtain the chair. This man also told me about Crowley's ability to manipulate time, and was the first to suggest the Philadelphia experiment and Montauk Project were both resulting effects of Crowley's magic. Yeah, whatever. Syrians from Sirius were technical creatures and were not very political. According to Al Blelek, the Syrians look very human in some respects, blah, 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 blah. Read that at your leisure, but, it's just interesting given the release, this is the big summer of the new Stranger Things, connection with Stranger Things to Montauk and so on. So, yeah, a lot going on. But the Council of Nine, arguably their biggest impact was on Star Trek, and this came through their control of Esalen. All right, so that woman on the upper left is I believe she's passed away, Jenny O'Connor, who hooked up the Dick Price of Esalen. He was up with the Rajneesh crowd, the Osho crowd, up in Rajneeshpuram, up in Oregon, kind of got disenchanted with it, and then out of nowhere, this very attractive and voluptuous young woman shows up at Esalen and says that she's channeling the Nine, and she's connected to British race car driver and Puharich. Actually, I think maybe Puharich was on the outs with these people at the time. But there was a guy named Sir John Whitmore. I think had taken control, obviously probably MI6. But basically they took over Esalen and caused a huge, huge controversy. There was an article in Mother Jones magazine in 1979 called Esalen Falls Off the Cliff, and it was basically talking about Esalen, which was once the province of, these big name revolutionary psychoanalysts from Europe, was all of a sudden taken over by this channeling cult. But the influence they had on Esalen, and again, I just refer you to the Secret Star Trek series, is just all over Star Trek. All over. From the very beginning, from the very first season of the original series, and the connections with John Newland, who was a protege of Puharich, and he basically had the Nine written into the same, was it Errand of Mercy, I believe it was? The same episode where we first see the Klingons and so on. And, the Nine just pop up all throughout the entire history of Star Trek. Through people, I guess in this case would be John Newland, who was pretty highly regarded television producer and director at the time. But it goes all the way up, like I said, there's an entire Star Trek series that incorporated elements, some of the basic elements of the Nine. They called them the Prophets, of which there were 9, right? And, but also the encounter at Farpoint with these giant sort of jellyfish UFOs. An encounter was also obviously the encounter method that had been popularized add Esalen, right? And then Risa, which is just basically Esalen. Again, I did a whole series on this, but it just goes to show you that, I mean, this is all the Sirius cult. You know, I mean, this is a Sirius cult. They did the channeling and all the stuff with the Council of Nine was all connected to Sirius and the Sirius cult. And obviously connected to Arthur Young, who's connected to all, I mean, it boggles your mind. This stuff is very, very prevalent to this day, and we're going to get into that in these circles, all right? And of course, you know, this is where Leslie Stevens comes in. The Telosians in the Star Trek pilot The Cage, the one with Christopher Pike, who died, curiously enough, died the same way that Puharich died. You know, they both died from mysterious falls and blows to the head. So, you know, it's Jeffrey Hunter and Puharich both died the same way, which I just find very interesting. But so these are basic. I mean, this is basically all MK Ultra stuff. I mean, the Cage, the pilot, is just basically just one giant MK Ultra allegory, I guess you would say. My friend and I used to call the Telosians the bum heads. They're all played by women, by the way. And then, of course, Susan Oliver. Let's just look at Susan Oliver for a little bit. Hesvina. Oh. Hi, Susan. She was an accomplished pilot, too, by the way. I would like to do a, if it doesn't tax people's attention too much, I would like to do a Susan Oliver live stream at some point in time, sort of like the prototype manic pixie dream girl. Anyway, so the Telosians, crab-like. So the Telosians were originally I can't talk. Crab-like aliens, their species remaining unnamed, though they were commonly referred to as crab creatures, and their planet was Sirius 4. Okay, making a Star Trek. So this is in the original draft of The Cage. Now, crab-like aliens, I don't know if those ring a bell, but to me, when I hear that, the first thing I think of is the Kabiri, the great gods of Samothrace, with protectors of sailors, solvers of misfortunes, and the demons who publish perjury and blasphemy. Earthquakes and fires were attributed to them. Diodorus Siculus said that the Kabiri were Idaean dactyls, a race of divine beings associated with the mother goddess and Mount Ida, a mountain in Phrygia sacred to the goddess being Kybele, aka Cybele, so this gets us into the Sibyls. Also the Kabiri, very much Roswell, they crashed to Earth in a rock and taught men how to make things. Hesiod of Alexandria wrote the Kabiri were Carcanoi, crabs. Kabiri as Carcanoi were apparently thought of as amphibious beings, so this is tying us again back to the Syrians, sirens, all these kind of creatures, but also Cancer, right? July 23rd and so on. They had pincers instead of hands, and they used which they used as tongs in metalworking. So I mean, this is basically like pretty much the original gray aliens. And if you read these stories, you're just like, oh my God, like this has been going on forever. But they inspired like the first great mystery cult at Samothrace, the great gods. But it also incorporated, you know, worship of Dionysius and Demeter and Persephone and so on. So this stuff all starts to tie together. It's a huge, huge, huge puzzle that I'm trying to put together. All right. So the I don't know if this is intentional or not, but so the crab-like beings, the crab-like alien beings from Sirius find their way into Valis and into Philip K. Dick's kind of exegesis, right? I don't know if he was intentionally citing the Kabiri, if there was some sort of like cryptomnesia, if you had read the making of Star Trek. I don't know, but it shows up in Valis and so on. and ties back to Sirius and so on. And obviously, if you're a fan of Philip K. Dick, you know about the Strawberry Transmission and 2374 and all the rest of it. Yeah, there was a lot of really strange stuff going on in the 70s, guys, early 70s. A lot of these people were all connected and all thought that they were being contacted by aliens and so on. There you go. So Velis and the Cavalieri from Sirius. So this is quoting an article written by a friend of Dick's. Phil must have read Robert K.G. Temple's The Sirius Mystery before writing Velis because he relocated the satellite to Sirius. That brings in a host of occult references too involved to go into here. Boy, don't I know it. Suffice it to say that the dark companion of Sirius represents occult or hidden knowledge, as does Sirius' positions as the sun behind the sun, as Kenneth Grant calls it. And this is why everybody asks me if the secret sun is Sirius. And I always have to say no. And I apologize. Dick cleverly tied in the dualist Dogon philosophy as described by Temple with his own Gnostic beliefs. Though as narrator of Velis, he ascribes this revelation to Fat, which is Horselover Fat, his alter ego, his schizophrenic alter ego, and tells it this is the point at which Fat's madness becomes complete. The three-eyed aliens had pincers like a crab where the hands should be, just like Palm Eldritch and his artificial hands, but also obviously just like the Cavalieri. These improved hands seem to denote an elevated status as cosmic artificer or demiurge, while also indicating an inherent flaw of some sort. These beings were also deaf and mute, and they communicated amongst themselves by means of telepathy. And so Puharich fell out with the Council of Nine group sometime, I believe, in the late 70s. And then there was an airline pilot who claimed to be channeling Ra, and it was this whole thing of the Law of One. So he went from being involved in this channeling cult with the Nine to being involved with this Ra channeling cult. And of course, you know, the connections here are pretty clear. But the interesting thing that I always say, so when we think about the Council of Nine and we think about the Law of One channeling, don't forget that the Book of the Law was channeled. So when this is the way my brain works. When I see this stuff about Ra and the Law of One and the channeling and all this kind of stuff, I can't help but think of the Book of the Law. So there you go. So, July 23rd, another interesting thing that we mentioned before was Hale-Bopp was discovered. Okay, Hale-Bopp was discovered, appropriately enough, by Alan Hale and Thomas Bopp. That's a great name. Alan Hale, not the same Alan Hale who was the skipper in Gilligan's Island, all right? But this gentleman on the right saw that. That was his, again, that was his Uber. That was his cult's Uber. They had been waiting for this sign. After Chris Carter had told them in secret messages that they were all walk-ins from Sirius, they were waiting for the ride to arrive. And what had happened is that there's an old Army remote viewing guy, whose name I'm going to blank on. But also, what was it? I'm terrible with names. You know who I'm talking about. The guy who was always on Coast to Coast, right? He was always on Coast to Coast with Art Bell. Ed Dames, right? And Prudence Calabrese started their own remote viewing school. And they had said on Art Bell's show that Hale-Bopp was being followed by a giant UFO. And then Marshall Applewhite calls up, the hotline, the Coast to Coast hotline, and is told that, this is all, this is their way out. And they got really excited, okay? So here's Heaven's Gate. They were sort of early adopters of web technology and computer graphics, right? And deliciously 90s cheesy kind of GeoCities looking stuff. I'm waiting for that look to make a big comeback. But so when they heard about the Hale-Bopp UFO, that's when they made up these away team patches. You know, they're gonna hitch a ride, but they had to leave their vehicles, the containers. But Marshall Applewhite said it was okay because the temporary containers of the soul, the final act of metamorphosis or separation from the human kingdom, is the disconnect or separation from the human physical container or body in order to be released from the human environment. Okay, so this is just kind of classic, almost orthodox ancient Gnosticism. You know, the body is kind of a prison for the human spirit and so on. And, you know, this was their ride out. And as I've said many a time, I mean, basically what Heaven's Gate was like a Star Trek fan club run amok, like a Star Trek fan club gone bad. Because, I mean, obviously a away team. I mean, these people were like really obsessed with Star Trek and sort of saw, you know, they kind of hoped that this UFO coming along with Hale-Bopp was, you know, the USS Enterprise. And that's, you know, why Marshall Applewhite shaved his head, because he wanted to look like Jean-Luc Picard. True story. But again, this ties back to July 23rd, but also ties back to the serious things through the Council of Nine and so on and so forth. So these tendrils all sort of connect these things that some ways seem disconnected or random, but are anything but. And of course, like I said, I mean, they started to talk about leaving their vehicles after they watched that episode of the X-Files, which was based on the Order of the Solar Temple, which also venerated Sirius. So we have basically two mass suicides connected to the Sirius cult in several different ways. All right, so yeah. And then we have that event on Sirius Day in 1982 with the Twilight Zone movie and so on and so forth. So, you know, you start to just add all this stuff up and it just wears down any sense that you might have like this is all random and, you know, things like this don't actually happen and this isn't all coordinated and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm not saying how coordinated it actually is, but you know what I'm talking about. Oh, I am roasting. Air conditioning on, everything, and I'm just so hot. It was 100 degrees here today. Oh, and now we're going to get even darker. Okay, we're going to get even darker. Yes. So we talked about Glen Close, Maine. Glen Cove, which is actually a borough in Rockport, Maine. And this is where the Roundtable group were contacting the Syrians, the Sirius space aliens that came to Earth and presented themselves to the Egyptians as their gods and so on. So Andrei Puharich had this mansion that was granted to him by one of his members and set up like Faraday cages there and all this kind of stuff and was doing all this kind of crazy experimentation there. All most certainly under the aegis of an MK Ultra precursor program, okay? And then we see when he's hooked up with Uri Geller, who's still out there alive and kicking, doing his thing, bending spoons all over creation. And Puharich, who came to a very ugly end, but we won't get into that. But anyway, so just keep in mind Glen Cove and Rockport, okay? I think we covered this. All right, so what we want to talk about now is Orion Krause. Okay, you've heard me talk about Orion Krause. The story caught my eye not only because of his name and the horrific crimes involved, but also because I spent a lot of time in this area. Very familiar with the area where these murders happened in Groton, Massachusetts, right near Fort Devens. You've heard me talk about Fort Devens, which when I was spending time in that area was called the U.S. Army Intelligence School. Some events in my life had connections to that place, I guess inevitably. There was a lot of connections with drug running and human trafficking and murder and all sorts of crazy stuff going on at Fort Devens in the 70s and 80s. Bad news, bad news. And this guy killed his mother and his grandparents and his grandparents' caretaker with a baseball bat one morning. I mean, he literally just got up, went downstairs, and beat everybody to death. When he was arraigned, as we see here, we see two sirens. He's wearing, just happens to be wearing a shirt with these two sirens, okay, from this hot fat, this fish shop up in Maine. But so this crime took place in Groton, but our young Orion Krause was from Rockport, was from the very same town where Andrei Puharich was doing his Council of Nine channelings. Okay, so start to see the connection here. So young Orion, Orion obviously clearly connected with Sirius over thousands of years, right? I mean, that's a gimme. This boy with this unusual name, this very peaceful and quiet musician, commits these horrific murders for no apparent reason and shows up to court wearing twin sirens. So not just sirens, but twin sirens, right? And then almost a sort of like, what, almost like a Zeus character in the middle there. But yeah, it's going to get more interesting. So hold on to your hats. Because 23 days after young Orion, for no apparent reason, beats his family to death with a baseball bat, we have whatever the hell happened at Mandalay Bay and Highway 91, 23 days later. You know, so we're talking about 23 Skidoo, the 23 Enigma, July 23rd. So 23 days after one inexplicable mass crime, we have another inexplicable mass crime in Las Vegas, in the shadow of the Luxor Pyramid and the Luxor Sphinx. All right. And also, Mandalay Bay is in the shape of Cancer. So basically what we have here is Leo and Cancer right there in front of us. And then the heavenly beam, the beam going up into space. So. Oh, and Orion Krause was a musician. And this mass crime event took place at a music festival. So, call me paranoid, but forgive me if I think there's some connection between the two events that is not clear to me yet, but seems to be a little too, I don't know, whatever. A lot of people have said that they believe that Paddock was being mind controlled. I mean, people have been talking about that from the beginning. The whole investigation, quote unquote, was a farce and just basically ran aground. I think it died of embarrassment. And somehow this sickly, frail guy in his late 60s was able to knock out a 3-inch plate glass window in his hotel and fire on people 1,000 feet away. I don't even know how he was able to lift these guns, but there you go. There you go. And you know, the bump stocks and all the rest of it. So yeah, there you go. And as I've said before, you've probably heard me say this, I was actually doing a show with Richard Hoagland as that happened. And at the time, he was on a radio station in Las Vegas. And every time I wanted to go on the air and discuss, what I found out about this whole situation. And for some reason, every time we try to talk about it, the feed to the station just crapped out, Las Vegas station. So yeah, take that for what it's worth. That was a real, 2017 was an insane year. All right. It was probably the most insane year of my life, but it was good because it kind of snapped me out of my stupor, right? So we talked about Kenneth Grant, and of course, Kenneth Grant's other great obsession besides Crowley was Lovecraft, okay? And then, we're talking about Dagon, Oannes, and so on, and still recommend this movie, Dagon, made by the late Stuart Gordon, shot in Spain, because if you try doing a movie in Cape Ann where the original story took place, it's just basically New Jersey on the beach. Ezra Godden, who I'm surprised never really went anywhere. But so this is where we're starting to get into the Siren Syrians, all right? Because this is going to be the big theme for the rest of this talk here. This whole connection with Sirius and the Sirens, all right? Mermaids, mermen, sea people, crab people, amphibious people, water dwellers, beasts that rise from the sea, right? Because what we see a lot in New Age and kind of quasi-New Age and fandom circles is this association that Syrians are mermaid, men, mermaid, mermales, whatever, amphibious fish people. We see this rather beautiful illustration here of a young mermaid and these dolphins and so on. And this is all Sirius and so on. So this whole connection that, has no documentable basis, but this whole connection between mermaids and Sirius, it seems to be sticking. It has legs, as they say, right? And who does this bring us to? It brings us to our friend Tim Buckley with his record album on Frank Zappa's Straight Level, Betty Grable, Straight, Star Sailor. And you've probably heard me explain before that this is where I think Starbucks comes from, especially the connotation with a siren, because Starbucks, the chain, starts at the same time this album came out. And this album would have been very hot with that kind of hippie crowd on the West Coast. So I think this is kind of a no-brainer. I've read the explanation, the corporate explanation for where Starbucks and the siren comes from, and it's just, again, it's just corporate nonsense. Having worked in advertising, you can sniff this stuff out pretty quickly. But there's Tim Buckley, the late Tim Buckley, father of the late Jeff Buckley. Song to the Siren. I'm sure I don't need to go over that with you guys, but there it is. And the interesting thing about that is the connotation between Sothis, who is covered up by Mr. Buckley here, and Osiris as being star sailors. And it's exactly what was depicted here in their little boats, and they're sailing through the stars. And we see, oh no, I'm sorry, there's Sothis on the right there. That's often misidentified as Isis, right? But that is Sothis because we see the star in the head, just like we see with the Starbucks siren. There you go. That's Isis on the left there, the cow with the star. Right? Isis being associated with Hathor the cow, blah, 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 milk and kisses, which Hathor gave to the newly dead, blah, 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 Tim Buckley, Jeff Buckley, yeah. There we go. But there it is. Go figure. Now, let's talk about Sirius satellite radio and the more recent activities of the Siren cult or the Sirius cult. And I guess maybe they're the same thing, right? Siren, Syrian, right? Founding father, this is from a feminist, quote unquote, TERF website, so don't dox me, bro. founding father of the transgender empire. If you're wondering where all this stuff is coming from, why it's so prevalent, it's because this very rich person here, Martine Rothblatt, is putting a lot of money into it, as are other people, but we'll just stick with Martine Rothblatt for the time being. Rothblatt invented or created Sirius satellite radio. Okay. So let's look at this very impressive person's resume. Rothblatt also led the International Bar Association's biopolitical and intersectional field between human biology and politics project to develop a draft of Universal Declaration on the Human Genome. I don't like the sounds of that. And human rights for the United Nations, whose final version was adopted by the UNESCO on 11/11, 1997. There's that year again, 6 days before Jeff Buckley's birthday that he did not live to enjoy. And endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly on 12/9/98. All right. 1998 is 666 times 3. But that's neither here nor there. Rothblatt has written extensively on the need to overhaul a system of labeling people as either male or female based only on their genitalia, digital immortality. This is the whole idea of uploading and so on. Just absolute nonsense. And the future of creating humans, more nonsense. New reproductive technology, more nonsense. Genetic screening and DNA mapping. Yeah, I don't like the sounds of this. I don't like people with this much money and power having these kinds of weird preoccupations, but let's continue. It's because what we see here is, so there's this transgender kids, Mermaids UK, but gee, you think that's serious? So remember what we saw with Orion Krause after he beat his family to death? We saw pretty much the same imagery here, right? These twin sirens, right? And then Sirius. And gosh, what do we see on Starbucks? The twin tails, the siren of the philosophers, Melusine, and Sirius. Wow. You guys with me here? You see what this... So this isn't like a history lesson or... some kind of like 90s Graham Hancock alternative history lesson here. This is today. This is right now. This is one of the biggest issues for some reason in the world, in the country. And here it is. And boy, there it is. Sirius. Right there. Right there. And remember we saw that Sothis pretty much... could be a stand-in for the siren on Starbucks, which is connected to Tim Buckley, which is connected to Elizabeth Fraser. You guys with me here? You see what's going on here? Do you see what's happening here? Do you see the cultism at work here? The star cults, the very, very powerful and influential star cults who are remaking the world in their own image. Do you see this now? I hope you do. I hope you do. So let's just look at Martine Rothblatt's history here. 1994, at age 40, came out as transgender. Since become a vocal advocate for transgender rights. 1994, which is when the Sirius cult of the Order of the Solar Temple began committing suicide en masse. Same year. In 2004, Rothblatt launched the Terrorism movement, a transhumanist school of thought. Transhumanism, I can never say this enough. It's just absolute stupidity and fantasy. And it's just very, very, it's concerning to me that people like this, and also like Ray Kurzweil, another, incredibly intelligent person, are just so consumed with this insanity. But it's like I said, genius and madness share a driveway. So anyway, transhumanist school of thought focused on promoting joy, diversity, and the prospect, joy and diversity. What does that mean? And the prospect of technological immortality via mind uploading and geoethical nanotechnology. In other words, this comic book whack-off fantasy nonsense. None of this is ever going to happen, ever. Through a charitable foundation, leaders of the school convene publicly accessible symposia, publish explanatory analyses, conduct demonstration projects, issue grants, and encourage public awareness and adherence to terrorism values and goals. The movement maintains a terrorism island. I was hoping that wasn't like a Lolita Island. Luckily, it isn't. On the internet-based virtual world Second Life, which is composed of 2 Sims, which were constructed by the eSpaces company. Rothblatt keeps a blog, Mind Files, Mindware, and Mind Clones, writes about the coming of age of our cyber consciousness and techno immortality. This reminds me a lot of another X-Files episode, Kill Switch. Kind of makes me wonder if there's a connection. The terrorism movement is a group of 3 organizations based in the United States. The name Terra, Earth, Sem, Seed, Earthseed, was inspired by Earthseed, a fictional religion from the works of Octavia Butler. The movement was founded by Martine Rothblatt and Bina Aspen Rothblatt, who I guess is the daughter, and is guided by principles called the Truths of Terrorism. Okay, terrorism. So, like I said, I'm not going to cast any judgments on transgenderism or whatever. I'm just saying that it's become what it's become because of people like this, and there's a lot of them. So here's Octavia Butler, and gosh, yeah, just have a look. The word earthseed comes from the idea that the seeds of all life on Earth can be transplanted and through adaptation will grow in many different types of situations or places. Utter nonsense, will never happen. The Earth is our home. We're not going anywhere. No one's going anywhere. You know how I feel about that. And I'm actually kind of embarrassed that I was writing so much about space colonization and all this nonsense for so long. But it was, this is something that I want to say. And this, I think, is applicable to people like Octavia Butler and Martine Rothblatt. And that's because, I was just I was in so much pain. My life was hell for so long that I just was trying to escape. And that's why I was just so obsessed with escapism, because I was trying to escape my life, which was a horrible, it was bad. My life was really bad. So when I look back on that stuff in these old posts that I'm getting back up, I'm kind of cringing, oh God, why did I write about this? But then I realized it's because you were, chronically depressed in excruciating levels of pain, and were just looking to escape the reality of your life. Luckily, I escaped escapism. Anyway, back to Octavia Butler here. Because God is change, humans are able to direct God's malleability. You know how I feel about that. Believers are enjoined to shape God by shaping themselves, as I think obviously Octavia Butler did. They can save themselves. Believers are to accept the central tenet that God is change, primarily so that they will recognize their own power to affect and direct change God. Yeah. Yeah. No. Absolutely not. Only by conscious effort can they avoid being God's victims. Yeah. I mean, this is all a form. This is all a form of Gnosticism or of Gnostic philosophy. Which is interesting in that regard. Earthseed also promotes the belief that the destiny of Earthseed is to take root among the stars. No, it's not. The temporary. So here's the interesting thing. So this Martine Rothblatt, Octavia Butler's no longer with us. Interestingly enough, I don't remember, but there was what was it? That sci-fi award that had been Lovecraft, and when the whole woke thing started rising up, they wanted to replace Lovecraft with this person here. I don't know what the pronouns are. But anyway, so getting back to this whole idea of, this is basically a big budget. This is a big budget version of Heaven's Gate. So basically, this incredibly rich and powerful person, Martine Rothblatt, is basically running a religion that is, it's basically Heaven's Gate with a better PR firm behind it, because it reminds me so much what Applewhite said again: the temporary containers of the soul, the final act of metamorphosis or separation from the human kingdom is the disconnect or separation from the human physical container or body in order to be released from the human environment. So it's the same thing. It's essentially the same thing, and we just see it everywhere now. And we're just seeing it everywhere. So it's just like this whole notion that kind of inspired Heaven's Gate to kill themselves is basically being taught to children in schools all over the country, if not the world. And it's basically just a souped up form of Heaven's Gate. And again, this is the Sirius. I can't say for sure what connections this might have to a quote-unquote Sirius cult, but, do I even need to? Does it even matter at this point? And kind of wrapping this up, Solaris, I've always thought that Solaris is about Sirius. Always thought that. I always thought that it's just kind of a stand-in, and there is some evidence to sort of back this up. This is the Tarkovsky, the 72 Russian version, and it's, Solaris is depicted as this giant ocean world. And kind of the same thing in the original Stanislaw Lem novel and so on. But let's just get back to the whole, the Syrianism, let's just say the Syrian philosophy, or the Syrianity, or the terrorism. Let's just call it terrorism. Or why not Heaven's Gate? This is the remake. And if you read my paper on this, there's this interesting connotations here. And this is, James Cameron, who's all about transhumanism and so on, where Rhea being one of the names of Kybele or Cybele, when we first see her, she's got a knob. She's holding it like it's, a phallus in between her legs for some inexplicable reason. And the first words we hear her say are, "Don't blow it." And then, she's the goddess Rhea, and she's summoned with Chris Kelvin, who's sort of an Attis type, when he gashes his finger, which is symbolic castration. So this is the Galloway and so on. But this is all transhumanism. It's all the same stuff. It's given different packaging, right? It's packaged in different ways, but it's all about, the mortification of the flesh and the denial of nature. And I think it's all based in I think a lot of it's based in trauma. And it's like, I kind of feel sorry for these people. I feel sorry. Martine Rothblatt is seriously somebody, seems to me, who's deeply troubled at their core, right? At their core, seems to be deeply troubled. And I would probably say the same thing with Octavia Butler, whose whole religion is about escaping the world, right? Escaping nature, the stars. And this is why I say, like, all the science fiction stuff, this is why I've become so much against this stuff, because I see how it took root, and I see the fruits that it's bearing, okay? And so much of what we see going on in the world right now is because of this programming, Hollywood programming, science fiction, superhero, all the stuff that I was using to escape my own personal issues. But I just realized that you just make your problems worse. I honestly believe that. I mean, you it's kind of like when your car starts making like a rattling noise, it doesn't go away. It never gets better. You got to fix it, right? You got to fix the problem. And I feel the same way with a lot of the issues that these people have. And it's just like, you got to just work on what the problems are. You got to solve the problems. And I speak from hard earned experience here. You've got to deal with your problems. You got to, if you have to go through hell, so be it. But, trying to run away, trying to escape doesn't solve anything. And again, this is not hypothetical for me. This is my hard-earned experience in life, that you've got to face these issues in your life head on. Wrestle with your demons, whatever. Because these problems don't go away. And I think why we become so sick and so imbalanced as a society is that we're just constantly trying to run away from, our collective problems rather than solving them. All right? So there's my little bit of soapboxing. And here, of course, is Isis Sothis Demeter from the Vatican Museum, this rather beautiful depiction of the goddess. And then we see the winged sun disk and so on. Yeah, very lovely stuff. And I believe that is it. That is the end of it. So, are you with me? Who's with me? I feel like everybody just ducked out. Did everybody just duck out? How are we doing here? All right, I'm gonna duck into the chat here. How are we all doing out there? You guys still with me? Everybody still awake? Trying to keep cool? I hope so. Yeah, so I don't know. I tweeted on this. I think I might have put something on Facebook about it. But boy, this so this heat seems to be because of all this solar activity, and there's this whole thing that the auroras are going to be kicking up. And gosh, I just can't help but think of sun signature and so on. Yes, Temple of the Dog. Yes, Dog Star with Keanu Reeves. Absolutely. Yeah, kids are not having sex anymore. Yeah, we're at the terminus point of our civilization right now, as it stands, as it is. I've been saying this for a while, and it's just because I've seen, I've been tracking it for a while, and it's kind of like, things don't fall apart all of a sudden. It's usually a long and slow process, particularly with cultures and societies. And yeah, kids, the helicopter parenting. Actually, I'm not really a big Jordan Peterson fan, but he talked about the roots of helicopter parenting, and it's because of low birth rates and so on, and people having children older and so on. So, Dog Star by Psychic TV, Genesis P. Orridge. It's getting cooler. Yeah, and there's supposed to be big thunderstorms on Monday. It's going to be another hot one tomorrow or today. It's the 24th now. But there you go. 72. Where are you at? You're in Minnesota, right? Is that where we are? Yeah. Hot. How much does the U.S. have as an empire? Slow tier collapse like Roman Empire. I'm sorry, I cannot talk. No, New World Order global government is gone forever. And I really wish people would stop talking about it, because it's not going to happen. I mean, we're at the end of it. The problem is that the back when we used to have like effective counterintelligence, they really used a lot of the conspiracy media to really push this whole one world government thing. It's just it's over. It's over. New World Order is dead. 79 here in Georgia. Yeah. That's Georgia, right? GA. Northern Lights here again. Escapism rant. Been talking about this for a couple years myself. Very important, yes. Solar storms up there. Yeah. There you go. 78 in Cleveland. Humid. Yeah. The humidity is the thing that kills you. I know it's a cliche, but it's that's the thing that really gets you. NWO-DOA. Yes, absolutely. Good riddance. I'm not saying that whatever's going to replace it's going to be much better, but yeah, there you go. Yeah. Again, I mean, I don't know. People think that I'm like, they accuse me of being transphobic, which is not the case at all. I'm worried about cultism, not people's whatever dysphoria issues they have. Dog days of summer, yes. The dog days are not over. They're not over. They've just begun. Which path will things take now? Yeah, I don't know. We could have just a, nationalistic authoritarianism, sort of on the model of China. Yeah, the globalist project has been in collapse for a while. See, and this is the funny thing. So we talk about all these these conspiracy theories and stuff, and then like they become conspiracy facts. And once they become conspiracy facts and they're out in the open, you realize just how stupid all these ideas are. You realize that like transhuman is just the dumbest idea ever. I mean, all this stuff is stupid. Globalism, all this stuff is just dumb. It doesn't work. It's all against nature. It's all against human nature. It just doesn't work. It always fails. Their greatest moment of glory is when they can hide in the shadows, and everything becomes speculation and promises. But once they have to like get out there and prove their mettle, it just always falls apart. Always falls apart. Yeah. The future is mermail. Remember that from The Secret Sun? Sirius overlap with Mithras. Good question. Probably. I'd need to work on that. Incest and furry culture. Yeah, there's just everything. I mean, we really are we're at the collapse, and it's just, yeah, we really are. Minnetonka, don't know where that is. Not addressing me, so I guess I don't have to. Neo-Nazi Azovs. Yeah. Yeah, a buddy of mine did like a art for some Ukrainian benefit book, and I just was biting my tongue because it's like, you know, I mean, like I said, I've been reposting all these old Secret Sun articles, and I was talking about like the whole Nazi problem in Ukraine a long time ago, like 2014. I was talking about like the Nazis in like Azov and Unbi in Ukraine. Yeah, the cynicism is just stultifying. Furries are the worst. Yeah, and yeah, I think that furries are all maps. I hope there are no furries in the audience tonight, but I really do think that they're all maps for sure, for sure, for sure. Dandy Warhols. Yeah, there you go. It's been interesting watching them scramble to cover their lies about never-ending scientific progress. Well, see, that's why I think this whole thing with all the, the fake satellite stuff came out, and also this Artemis thing. I think there are other motivations behind that, but yeah, and it's like it's over. I've been saying, again, I've been posting these old articles on the Secret Sun. I was talking about this like a long time ago, and nobody was listening to me. Deleted Twitter because it is officially useless. Yes, it is officially useless. I haven't been tweeting much lately because I've been busy, working on stuff for you guys. But there you go. The vaccine. So you ask about Sirius looking bigger. It's probably because of the heat. It's probably because of all the heat and moisture in the atmosphere, kind of magnifying. Yes. Paisley Park, Prince, the late great Prince. What an incredible man that was. Prince was. Just I like watching interviews. That guy was smart, man. He was an incredibly intelligent guy. He was crazy because he was a musician, but he was a phenomenal human being, and very sad what happened to him. Global money laundering operation, yes, and. Yeah, it's the corruption is becoming so brazen, but I think it's just because like the rats are just scurrying off the ship and just trying to get all their goodies in their rucksacks, their bug out bags. The heat talk Sirius, because Sirius has always been associated with heat, heat and disease. So this is the thing about summertime. In the summertime, people got sick, died, because you didn't have sanitation and so on, running water. Summer was a dangerous time because in Greece and in Egypt and so on, it's hot all year round, but it just got unbearable. Yeah, I'm not offended in any way by gender fluidity or anything like that. Transgender, none of that stuff bothers me. It really, in and of itself, it does not bother me. And I keep having to tell people this because they don't believe me. What bothers me is the agenda. What bothers me is the weaponization. What always bothers me is going after the kids. I don't care what people do. It's when it becomes weaponized. And then you just start to wonder, who's putting the money behind it. Barosis technology ended after Oannes, kind of like now. Yeah, there you go. Soylent Green is set in 2022. Oh my goodness. And people like Justin Trudeau are trying to make that movie a reality. Paul Weston. Yeah, I've had Paul Weston. I've talked to Paul quite a bit. Had him on my old podcast. Prince David Bowie deaths were related. Possibly. Sirius Moonlight tour was in '83. I saw that tour. That was a phenomenal concert. Boy, that was a great show. That guy could put on one hell of a concert. It was at the old Schaefer Stadium, which I guess is, what is it, Gillette Stadium now? I don't know what the hell they call it anymore. That was a great show. That was a phenomenal show. Yes, Prince was not trying to get a cult of gender fluid followers. He was a unique. He was a one-off. I always say there are like people who can write and people who can play, but there are very few people who can do both, and he was one of those. Black Star, yeah. Stevie Ray Vaughan died in a helicopter crash. Yes, I'll have to look that up. And you know who else died in a helicopter crash? Was Bill Graham, the guy who used to put on the concerts in the Fillmore in San Francisco. Yes, shoving it down. Yes, that's an unfortunate term, but yes, I agree with you. I'm not bothered by people's sexual preferences. I'm bothered by the militarization of them, and I'm bothered by them bothering children. That's what bothers me. It's none of my business, otherwise. It really isn't. And people say that and you get attacked for it, but what are you going to do? Pronouns, yes. Divine androgen, yes. Old religion, practice of black magic, the worship of the Watchers. I don't know if, it's complicated, and paganism in all its various expressions and permutations was just unbelievably confusing. So, it's really hard to say. There you go. Satellite narrative, fake as fuck. Yeah. I'm not arguing with you. To me, all of space program and all the rest of it is all ritualistic, all ritual. That's why I say space is an altar, right? Bill Graham was clipped for some weird scenes from the Canyon. I'm sure you're saying. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Andrew. Just look up when he died. It's real quick. Just give me a second here. Oh, he died. No, wait. When did he die? Bear with me here, folks. Just looking something up. October 25th, 1991. Vallejo. Crash. Vallejo. I don't know. He made a lot of enemies, though. So, who can say? Cutthroat business, really is. Kobe Bryant's helicopter crash. Yep. That's very, Calabasas there. So how are the production values today, guys? Sound, picture. What I had done is that since I'm using a small thumbnail for myself here, it's actually a much lower resolution because it doesn't need to be for a full screen. So I think that's helping with the stream. Do the elites really have a religion or a decentralized philosophy? I think there are a number of cults, I think is the best term for it. I think there are a number of cults. How's everyone doing with inflation? I'll let you know on Monday. Production is good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I didn't wear my, I'm kind of dressed for comfort, not for beauty. Is that Tanit? No, that is Isis Sothis Demeter. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Why is my picture frozen? So you know what's weird? This is a complete and total side road here, but my eyes changed color. I used to have like kind of lightish green eyes, and now they're like dark. I hope that means I'm not like dying of some horrible disease or something. I have no idea why I brought that up. Thomas Roswell, recent presentation from Pagan Futures Conference in the UK and transhumanism. There you go. Great stream. Thank you very much, Zach. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. What these weirdos are doing with the star cult stuff. Well, I'm doing my best to expose some of that, Kim. I hope that I did a good job on that tonight. You know, one of the things when I was in escape mode, right, is I was kind of obsessed with the past, right? Like my own past and, I don't know, the dim past. But, you know, when I snapped out of that, it was really good training. You know, I realized it was really good background because, you know, I was able to recognize these things that I don't think a lot of people can. You know, I don't think, you know, I'm not saying that I'm like super perceptive or anything. It's just because of what I was immersed in, you know, when I was in escape mode for so long. Thank you, Joseph. That's good to know. Thank you, Mordecai. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Ultra-terrestrial eye color, maybe. I don't know. How much of this cult's organized by people and how much of it is people conforming to some sort of metaphysical agent? That's an excellent question. You know, I mean, that's trying to figure that out is like a large part of why I do what I do. You know, you know, I'm trying to figure this stuff out. It's like this big puzzle I'm trying to put together. You know, but I mean, you know my beliefs. You know my beliefs in the spirit realm and my sort of animistic worldview and all the rest of it. So there you go. Mandela effect, maybe, right? You do great work, but we still don't know where they're going with it all. What is their goal? Well, their goal is godhood. Their goal is apotheosis. It's what it's always been. And in my reckoning, that's where all the problems, you know, the major problems in the world tend to stem from. You know, people want to be gods. And that kind of megalomania is just, it creates misery for everyone. You know, they're never happy. You know, you can't be happy when you're trying to reach some unattainable goal. Like this whole thing with like the consciousness uploading, it makes me so crazy because it just doesn't, you know, it makes no sense at all. People in power are truly fucking dumb, but the gods aren't. Yeah, yeah. I think I've said that in not so many words a number of times. So I'm in total agreement with you, Matthias. Absolutely. I mean, definitely agree with you. I think it's aliens, and I'm not kidding. I think it's a spiritual war against mankind. I'm not going to argue with that. The only thing I would say is, like, what are the aliens? You know, it's like we've been conditioned by science fiction to see aliens in a particular light, but I just don't think that that makes sense. Thank God for you and your work. You shine light on so much. Well, thank you, Kim. Thank you. Glad you appreciate it. I'd like to tell you that it's not the OCD, but no, I'm just kidding. Listen, I have a deep sense of responsibility. You know, I mean, I became a dad when I was 21 years old, so I've always, caring about things outside of myself. I think, I believe in it. Like one of my expressions is compassion is the royal road to the kingdom of heaven, and I really do believe that. I really do. Only place I'm not canceled. Well, you're welcome. Worked less at godhood and more at being decent people, they wouldn't be driving the world off a cliff. Well, isn't that the way it's been since time immemorial? Apotheosis makes sense. What idiots? Yeah. Like I said, it's so cringe, and like I said, it's like bad ideas. The worst thing that can happen to a bad idea is to succeed. When bad ideas succeed, I mean, not succeed like in their goals, but like when they are able to establish themselves or become mainstream or gain support, I mean, that's often the worst thing that can happen to them. It's the worst thing that can happen to them. Thank God for OCD. Walk-in info is very appropriate for our future good stuff. I believe the 200 million man army referenced in the prophetic books will be walk-ins inhabiting clone bodies. Yeah. That makes perfect sense to me. What's your go-to point if you're stuck in a room with somebody who passionately defends two-party status quo? There is no go-to point, Andrew. There isn't one. When people are that programmed, there's nothing you can say, because not only are they programmed to believe what they say, but they're programmed, to want to fight certain positions that they don't even necessarily understand or believe in. Theosis and Christian mysticism is pretty interesting. Basically, wandering the desert until you can see God with your third eye. I think that's a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing. Let's see. Success of Bolshevism is a testament to a bad idea having success. Yeah, I think that what it is now is Maoism. I think that wokeness is Maoist. I really do. I really do. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Andrew. Abort conversation at that point and move on. Stakira, yes, absolutely. There's no point in banging your head against the wall. I mean, I think a lot of us are sort of conditioned to think that, people change their own minds. People's minds are not changed, particularly today. They have to make the change themselves, That's great, Jazz. The Exit. Listening to a lot of Black Sabbath lately. I endorse that decision. Favorite Black Sabbath album? Oh, come on. Sabotage. You should know that by now. That album is one of my favorite albums of all time. Favorite song? Children of the Grave? I don't know. Maybe something on Sabotage. I don't know. Symptom of the Universe? I don't know. Slow cap. Yeah. So much indoctrination. Yep. There is indeed. Well, you can't type and I can't talk, so it's sort of like we're peas in a pod. We're peas in a pod. We're peas in a pod for sure. There you go. There you go. Just got people drifting in and out. That's cool. Yeah. So listen, Sabotage to me. I don't know. Don't get me started on that album because I won't stop. That album, like I discovered that album when I think I was like 10 years old, maybe 9, and it was just like this world that I just fell into. Love the lyrics too. A utopia on Earth. Well, utopia means no place, right? Is either crazy, gullible, trying to steal from you. Absolutely. Have I heard of VTubers? I think I have, but I don't know. What is that again? Pink Floyd Animals, Pigs. Yeah, I love that album. Um, Not a big fan of Dark Side of the Moon, and I'm not a big fan of Wish You Were Here, but I love Animals, and I love metal. Uh, Two-party system is programmed so hard in people because once we free our mind from that junk, we have time deep dive into really makes the world go around. Yeah, but you know what? Even that kind of control is starting to fall away. Uh, yeah, yeah, there we go. Yeah, playlists. Playlists are beautiful things. Beautiful things. I've got a bunch in the works too. Yeah, and I still got to do my stoner metal. It's just like I'm just one guy. There's so much work I got to do. It's like I'm busy all the time. A friend of mine wrote to me today, and he's like, I could tell he was kind of pissed off at me because I wrote back, and I'm like, listen, I'm really busy. It's like I'm only one guy. I do a lot of work. Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Yeah, yeah. I love the live LP of, and showing my age, of Amaguma, with what is it, Astronomy Duname, and Careful Without Oxygen, and Set the Controls for the Heart of the Sun, and A Saucer Full of Secrets. Those are the 4 tracks, right? Yeah. Yeah. I went through a big period where I was really into pre-Dark Side Floyd, like I was into like More and Obscured by Clouds and Atom Heart Mother, and metal particularly. Yeah. Um, I'm not a big fan of the more mainstream stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Playlists I shared were excellent indeed. People who do live streams as anime characters with face tracking software. It's an amalgamation of all the things that I dislike. Really big business. Yeah. But a lot of people are lonely. I got to tell you something. I mean, it's like, it's one thing why I do a lot of this stuff is, I want people to get together and talk, I want people to get together and have chats and all this good stuff. Dark Side of the Moon, Wizard of Oz, MK Ultra combo, LSD dose subjects. I don't know. Now song. Yes, now song's awesome. Do you think it's important to remind people of their humanity because there's a growing trend of dismissing people as NPCs? Listen, there are a lot of people who are NPCs. I wish I could say differently. And there are a lot of people who I call soulless vessels. I wish I could say differently. I really was dragged kicking and screaming to that whole awareness. Politics. But politics, again, are a sign of decline, When people are concerned with politics, I always see that as a very bad sign of where a society is going. Extend grace to the indoctrinated. Mind control is a powerful force. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. But it also gets to the point that, people just become so obstinate and offensive and seem to just delight in picking fights and grandstanding and all this kind of stuff. What are you going to do? it's hard for me to like just realize how much has changed. And it's funny because I remembered this was a while ago. We were going Christmas shopping at Kohl's, right? And there were a bunch of like younger kids working there, and they all just looked like weird. They just didn't look right. There's just something wrong about them. And I just started to notice that like all these younger people, they don't look healthy. They don't look vital. Like I dropped my daughter off at school, and like I noticed that like all the guys running around high school were all like 5'5", I mean, when I was in school, you know, it was pretty common for guys to be like 6 feet or taller in the junior or senior year. Potential serious symbolism in Mormonism. All right. LDS deep dive. Crazy dreams lately. I always have crazy dreams, so I can't really say. I don't know if people saw my tweets on the Breakfast Club versus Zombies streams I had, which was like Brat Pack versus Zombies, fighting zombies with Molly Ringwald. Okay. Need to walk away from obnoxiousness, be understanding. People come to realizations. I think a lot of people have woken up, or people have seen through the lies, but maybe they're in situations in their lives where they can't say anything about it. I don't know. Mormonism, under the gates of heaven. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird situation. It's very. So I used to be. I used to read a lot of Harold Bloom. I don't know if people know who Harold Bloom is, but he is professor of religion. He wrote some good books on Gnosticism and so on. And he said that Mormonism is just flat out Gnosticism. Yeah, restrict nitrogen fertilizer in the name of climate change. It's like what? I mean, look at how well that worked out for Sri Lanka, right? Carbon forms they aim to reduce. Yeah. Food supply has been seriously screwed with. Yeah. All the youth in the late 60s and 70s look like Adonises and models. Yeah, it's funny because I'll watch I was watching some old concerts, and this is from like London, it's sort of notorious for people who weren't in great health in that time period. And compared to today, they look like Conan the Barbarian. Still under the spell. Yeah. Lucifer Principal, Harold Bloom. Is it Howard or Harold? I thought it was Harold. Oh no, that's a different author. I've got that book, Howard Bloom. Yeah, I'm talking about Harold. Another Bloom. Yeah. Accepted the limited hangouts they've been given. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What are you going to do? It's things have gotten so big and so much bigger than we mere mortals that, I mean, what are you even going to say anymore? What are you going to do about it? I don't know. Well, if you're into contemporary Gnostic movements, you got to read up on Heaven's Gate for sure. Yeah, people when nobody was overweight. Yeah, I mean that's the food. That's all the shit they put in the food, like the the corn syrup and all the rest of it, saturated. What is it, trans fats, and plus food got really cheap. Yeah, Peter Lavenda. Yeah, I steer clear of that guy. I had some email contacts with him, but and then I don't know if you guys are familiar with Recluse, Steven Snyder. He told me that Lavenda was hanging out with like Michael Aquino and John Alexander, Colonel John Alexander, and Richard Doty out in Las Vegas. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not into that. Food was so different. Yes, portions smaller, no additives, no chemicals. Yep. No eating between meals. Lavenda made himself suspect associating with To the Stars. Well, I don't think that made him a suspect so much as it just destroyed his credibility with most people. But I think he's got a lot of money, so I don't think he really cares. Had a weird synchronicity with Heaven's Gate and woke up to find your posts. Great. Well, yeah, I mean, he's a member of the what is Association of Former Intelligence Officers. Yeah, so there you go. The Great Poisoning. Yeah. 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 I kind of, I feel sorry for kids in a lot of ways. I mean, like, listen, when I was growing up, I'm not trying to paint this picture of like everything was great. I mean, one of the things that I remember a lot, I mean, of course, this is Boston, but I just remember a lot of violence. I mean, just a lot of violence, a lot of fighting. So, I'm not trying to paint like this rose-colored picture. And, like I said, the guy who was basically a pedophile pimp who was operating out in the open in my junior high school for 22 years or so. Would I still recommend Sinister Forces? No. I think you can get the same information in better formats. I'm not really in. I read those books, and I got to say, like, I wasn't super impressed by them. I thought that they just were real meandering, and I don't know if they really had a point. I read those books, and I was just kind of thinking, like, this guy's kind of all over the place with this stuff. Good night. Good night. Good night, VV Vidova. Thanks for coming. Okay. Well, listen. If you want to read it, go ahead. I'm not gonna argue. I wouldn't recommend it. Is all I'm saying. I mean, I wouldn't recommend against it. But if people want to read that, be my guest. Well, the whole Tom DeLonge thing, and it's just a total CIA operation. That's not even like an argument. I mean, because half the people in that organization I don't even know how much it even exists, but, I mean, all the people pushing this whole UFO thing are all ex-CIA, quote unquote ex-CIA. My high school boyfriend was from Southie. Oh, God. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Southie was a disaster. And, all the Southie boys would just, like, ride on the trains all night and start fights with random people. And then they'd show up, like, at Kenmore Square and start fights and everything. And then, like, when the hardcore movement, and came around and all the punk rockers became skinheads and stuff, wearing army boots, the Southie boys were nowhere. They didn't bother anybody. They didn't bother any punks after that. 70s when Danny Green was murdered and Cleveland was the bomb capital of the U.S. Yeah, I mean, listen, it was. I don't want to glamorize. All I'm saying is that I had a hell of a lot of fun. I was pretty wild. There were points in my life where I was just basically semi-feral. Which is interesting because I started off as such a little bookworm, but then, like, all this stuff happened in my life, and it just upended everything. 70% of the town. My message retracted. Okay, I don't know what that said. Yeah, I had a lot of fun, but I was I was pretty wild, drinking and taking drugs and smoking pot. I mean, it was a point, like, basically my junior and senior year, I was just basically high all the time. Dark journalist, decent coverage on To the Stars, DeLong, Louis Elizondo, Christopher Mellon. Yeah, I used to listen to his show a lot, but I kind of got burnt out on the UFO stuff, so I sort of fell out with him. I didn't fall out with him, but I just sort of like basically fell out of his orbit. Uh, but like I said, I just got real sick of the UFO stuff. I'm just totally disinterested in UFO stuff right now. And like one of the articles that I just put back up, was like talking about that sighting I had in February 2017, and that was my UFO what's like, I don't know, like aversion therapy or something. It's just like it cured me, having that sighting of that chevron for like 20 minutes. Basically, it just cured me of my interest in UFOs. Semi-feral, yeah, yeah. I don't know if you've seen, but I put a lot of pictures of myself up, like from my punk rock days, up on the Secret History of Rock and Roll blog. So there you go. What's a better slice of information on the material than Sinister Forces? The Secret Sun. The Secret Sun, Matthias. If you want to get that information in the Sinister Forces, get it for free on the Secret Sun. How does that sound? And I mean it. I mean it. If I think I'm a lot better writer than he is. I don't think he's a very good writer at all, and I don't like to speak ill of other writers, but I'm just better. Is all. I'm a better writer. I got to say that first book he did for DeLong, it was one of the worst things I've ever read in my life. I think I got through like, I don't know, a little more than a quarter of it, and I just skimmed through the rest, and I couldn't believe just what a terrible book it was. I met a couple people a couple years ago. They never smoked pot. How do you manage to do that? I don't know. So the first time I got high was at a Doobie Brothers concert. And appropriately enough, I was 12 years old, went to see the Doobie Brothers in Providence Civic Center. I don't know if I told you, but that was it was such a weird night because there was somebody shooting at cars on the side of 95, and somebody shot out the tire, and I'll tell you that story later. Old pics, they're great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. And it's so funny because most of it in black and white. It just looks like, like from D-Day or something. From like the Beatnik era or something. Black and white photography has not aged well. It's unfortunate, because black and white photography can be really beautiful, but I just don't think it works anymore. I don't know why. Yes, Recluse, Viceup. Yeah, oh yeah, gosh. Thank you for reminding me. Viceup, viceupview.blogspot.com is, just unbelievably indispensable. China Grove, yeah. So when I saw them, they did that. And we had really good seats. I was like in the fifth row, like right up against the stage practically. And that was quite an experience. It was with Michael McDonald, but it was the first tour without Tom Johnston. So it was the Minute by Minute. Actually, Minute by Minute hadn't even come out yet. It was before Minute by Minute came out. And they were still like, they had like Skunk Baxter and, of course, Patrick Simmons. And, gosh, what's the name of the bass player? Let's forget his name. But yeah, it was basically like classic Doobies, but Tom Johnston had, his ulcerated, perforated intestine issues. Young man in the 80s, everything was framed in violence. Price of freedom. That could be. What about Tracy Twyman's work? Do you think is relevant and worth looking at? Because at first I could care less what she was saying, but then I started to realize she was on to a lot of stuff. I don't know. I started reading Tracy before I even knew her. I mean, so this is back in like '90s when she was doing Daggerbert's Revenge. Like she did that in high school, and I don't know. I just read her so much of her stuff from ages ago that it's hard for me to say. Very dark. Yeah. Thank you, dear music man. Have a good night. Yes, Vicep is great. Um, yeah. Tracy's work is very dark. Yeah. You probably heard me tell the story before, but I actually spoke to her. We had like this great conversation, 2 hours on Skype before she just dropped out, because I was supposed to be on her show the next night. And we sort of did a pre-show, and we were talking about like just, getting into all the stuff that we used to talk about. And there you go. Jenny Fleck is the sickest and most disgusting book I've ever read. I messed up and I hate how I read it. Yeah, I mean, she's writing about dark stuff. I mean, that's, it's a problem with, I don't know. Listen, I think she was, I've said this before, I think she was schizophrenic, paranoid schizophrenic. And, her worldview just did get darker and darker. But she was looking at a lot of dark stuff. I mean, listen, there's a lot of dark stuff out there. It's tough. It really is tough. What did she want to have me on about? Gosh. What were we talking about? When was that? This 2018? Oh, I was doing all the stuff on Mithraism. And all the stuff with like, all that kind of Medusa stuff. We're going to talk about basically Mithraism and all that kind of stuff. But we spent most of the time talking about the Templars, and so on. So, I'm sorry she's gone and I miss her, but I'm just grateful that I had that experience, that one last experience when we just had a great conversation. And, we were both at the end, we're like, why didn't we record this? But she was a very troubled person. She really was. Yeah, well, there you go. The new Aeon. It's kind of like ties into what we were talking about tonight, right? Yeah, I mean, listen, like I said, her worldview got very dark, very dark. And to be honest with you, I was trying to kind of steer her away from all that stuff. Because, darkness, that kind of darkness has it has a pull. It has this almost like gravitational or tidal pull. And it pulls you in. And it can destroy you. And that's what happened with her. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. She did get over her head with the demonology, absolutely. Yeah, she got dark. I was trying to get her into the Elizabeth Fraser stuff. I kept like, so we'd have these conversations on Messenger, a lot, and I was trying to get her into, the Elizabeth Fraser stuff. I thought she would, because there are just so many lines of connection with stuff that she was into. And I think she kind of felt like, well, that's his thing. I don't want to get into it. Programmed to Kill. Yeah, David. I didn't really have much contact with him. I had some little bit of, I think, some email stuff, and talked to him on Visigoth's old show. Dave McGowan, he was a prickly guy, though. he had a lot of. He wasn't like a big teddy bear like me. He's kind of angry, but he did great work. Obviously, great work. I mean, I have a lot of quibbles with a lot of his stuff, but he did do a lot of great work. Program to Kill, I think, is indispensable. I think that book is indispensable. And he did the Wagging the Moon Doggy stuff too, which is great. Yeah, I mean, David Gowan did like really good work. He was really thorough. He was a great researcher, but he was prickly. Yes. I did want to interest her in the Sibyl. I did. Maybe she thought it was just like too, I don't know, like too airy fairy or something. Thank you. Everything is going well with me. Thank you for saying I'm an inspiration. It's very gratifying, And like I said, I mean, like kind of like my mission now. The thing that I'm more moving towards is just trying to get people, do more stuff like this. Get people together, get people talking together. Oh, okay, the West Memphis 3, yeah. SoCal Stoner Voice, yeah. I've done a William Ramsey's show a couple times. You probably heard. We did the thing on West Memphis 3. And yeah, I was, yeah. So, like I said, I mean, having studied all this ancient stuff, you just realize that nothing really changes because it's all rooted in human nature. It is all ultimately rooted in human nature. I don't understand what that means. Was that a typo? It's all right. Anyway, yeah, I like William. I actually contacted him. Well, I guess this is sort of more private, but I have some personal connections to one of the smiley face victims, and I wanted to talk to William about it because he's done some great work on that, and yeah, there's some dark stuff, yeah, but wanted to sort of talk to him because I know some people involved in that. I did in a podcast on X-Files, and it was 2 hours long. I've never watched. I never understand people who never watch the X-Files. It's just like, not even just out of curiosity. I mean, I'm not putting you down. If you whatever. But yeah, I'm kind of. It's good though. I think I finally got out of my system after 30 years. Thank you for doing these live streams. You're very welcome. You had to move out to a pretty remote rural area, and it's great, but I share no common interest with the people out here. Yes, meeting the others. One of the smiley face victims was a Minnesota young man, but I didn't know him. Yeah, that's dark stuff. I think that's a cult, military cult, and actually William agrees with me that it's some sort of cult embedded into the military. I think that those killings are military operations or military training in essence, basically. And yes, I did ask him about the Jeff Buckley thing. Wondering if that could have been connected as well. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But just the whole thing with the drownings, and it ties into a lot. I mean, like not only the bogmen, but the sacrificial drownings in Druidry and so on. I'm not American, and I didn't watch much TV as a kid. Well, good for you. It's great. That's good, man. Yeah, there you go. Program to kill-esque, yes, yeah, yeah. And the serial killers, and I don't know. I don't think Dave McGowan sort of made the connection, but I sort of see that as an outgrowth of M.K. Off, and I think it was very much tied in with like the slasher movies, because if you look at the rise and fall of both serial killers and slasher movies, they basically follow the same curve. Committed to the 2 hours anyway. That's great. No, that really is. I appreciate it. Was that on Gordon's show? It's good. Yeah. I've put a lot of the X-Files stuff back up online, so if you want to read about it, you can check it out there. Yeah. The X-Files was life for me. It was the staff of life for a very long time. Well, I think your psychic is dead on there. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a cult, and I believe it's a cult within the military. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Uh, West Memphis 3. Yeah, I had to do that, and it's one of these things when I notice things and I just can't unnotice them, and I kind of just had to get it out of my system. And the Night of the Living Dead premiering at a kids matinee, so screwed up. Okay, that was all right, yeah, that was Michael and Stephanie. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Matthias. Yeah. I don't want to be on the case, Joe. No, no. Stay alive. Stay healthy. People need you. Uh, Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. Um, yeah. I always forget that Mississippi's all the way up there. Yeah, that's a horrible story. Yeah. Listen, I was on the fence on the West Memphis 3 for a long time, and then before that I totally bought into the hype. But hey, Lyle, what's up, man? How you feeling? You feeling all right? Thank you for coming in. Thanks. Good to see you. It's awesome. Yeah, stay connected. Yeah, well, that's kind of, it's funny because when I was a kid, I had like all these different circles of friends. I had like I don't know, like 5 or 6 different groups of people that I hung out with, and I sort of mixed between them. But I always like to bring everybody together. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's a mission or a goal or a hobby or whatever, but I like to bring people together. People with different interests, people who might not necessarily want to come together. There you go. All right, Zach. Yeah, if I told you how many times I watched certain episodes, you would think that I was deeply disturbed individual, deeply disturbed individual. Uh, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know what to say. There's so many like things in that show that I just feel like a very strange connection to. Uh, that's a whole other discussion that I don't want to go into right now. Dear. Tons young college-age men who die near rivers. Minnesota have plenty of sacrifice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a cult out there. There's a cult working out there. Yeah, it's very disturbing. Oh, talented youth program. Yeah, very big. Let's see. Oh, Matthias, you're talking about Damien Eccles. Yeah, scumbag. Similarities, smiley face killings, and missing 411 cases. Yeah, that's a good point, man. There's a lot of strange shit going on out there. It's disturbing. Twin Peaks is it for me. Yeah, I'll tell you, after Twin Peaks, The Return just blew my brains out of my skull. I can't watch the original series anymore. It's just like, it's so weird. It's probably the exact opposite of a lot of other people. My monthly podcast fees. Hey, well, there you go. I hope everybody's getting their money's worth. You know, I like to give people their money's worth. I like to give people a lot of content. Talented youth program, too. Well, I'm glad you got out alive. Laura Palmer writes diary entries about nightmares she had about Bob and the arrival of her cousin. And Ferguson. Yeah, there you go. Bob. Billy. Thoughts on Uvalde? Oh, a lot of thoughts, man. I can't even go into that right now because my brains are gone. But yeah, I have many thoughts. Recluse has been doing research on gifted children programs. Yeah, well, Amy Bishop, right? Amy Bishop. There you go. Amy Bishop. Yeah, that's dark. That is dark. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I owe Recluse an email. He was talking about something, and I just been so busy this weekend. Another person I need to get back to. On the grifted children, right? That's what they really are. They're grifted. They've been grifted. Their lives have been grifted. Yeah, testing in elementary school. Yeah, I mean they're constantly testing. Uh, that's how they, yeah, that's how they recruit. Get people into the system. You know, get people to buy into the system. You know? So there you go. Amy Bishop. Yep, Amy Bishop. Yeah, I have this pet theory about Fringe, the TV show's Fringe, and that my pet theory is that it was all about kind of activating all the old sleepers, and Amy Bishop being one of them. Uh, but it's just a totally baseless theory right now. Focus and honors classes, same. Maybe take tests and I take trips to museums and shit with other kids. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Where are you from, Matthias? Are you from Italy? Ferrari? I don't know. Grifted, yes. Yeah. Yeah. I was never in any gifted children's programs because, like I said, I was feral. They didn't want this um, feral street kid, even though I always scored super high on all those kind of tests. But they just figured, throw that one back. He's too much trouble. That one, yeah. We don't need that one. He's gonna be he's gonna upset the apple cart. Oh, Brazil in Jersey, New Jersey, or Jersey English Channel, Jersey. Here we go. It is so hot. I'm just amazed I got through this thing. I think, as far as just the basic presentation, I think this is the longest basic presentation I've done so far. Because usually like an hour and a half long, and then we talk for an hour and a half. This one was more than 2 hours. Yeah, Fringe. Where in New Jersey are you, Matthias? North Jersey? Yeah? Where? I'm in North Jersey. Uh, Fringe, yeah. Religious schools are absolute hell too. I don't know, man. It just seems like there's just so much predation on children. It's been going on for a long time. So, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Harrison. Oh, near like Hoboken, right? Okay, cool. My son and his wife used to live in Western New York. There's a lot of Brazilians there, I think. Yeah. Had a great view. They lived right on the water. Had a great view. Parents divorced when I was 9. Grades took a major nosedive. No grifted children. Yeah, my parents divorced when I was 3, so I feel your pain for sure. For sure. Even though, well, I don't want to get into that. But, whatever. There you go. There you go. By the path station. Right on. Right on. Yeah. Going to New York so infrequently now, it's so weird because I was in there every day. I can't even stand to go in anymore. Predators always gravitate to the places they're allowed to prey. Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately about access, right? Going to do or going to have to hear this Recluse special on the Gifted Kids. Yeah, I want to hear that too. Suburbanite that longs for primitive social structures. This is a great campfire atmosphere with like-minded weirdos. Yes, yeah, the campfire, the Secret Sun campfire. Secret Sun campfire talks. There you go. Love it. West New York. Wow. Yeah. See, we're gonna start. We start talking about stuff like that. We're gonna find all these like little sinks, so on. There you go. I've been so busy. I haven't listened to anything. It's just like very busy. Stuff is a lot of work. It really is. It's a lot of work. Subliminal Jihad program to chill. Yeah. So a friend of mine's put me in touch with this subliminal jihad stuff. I haven't really, we haven't really gotten together yet. But there you go. Take the ferry up the street into the city. Yeah, that's a nice ride. That's a nice little boat ride. MK Often, yeah, we're going to be doing a lot more on MK Often, believe me. So you're in luck. You're in luck, Matt. Don't you worry. It's funny because Recluse and I, or Steven as I call him, we've had sort of like our differences on MK Often. I mean, not hostile or anything, but we just see it differently. But there you go. Secret Sun fan book discussing a topic we pick. I'm up for it. I'm up for it. There you go. Yeah, it's too bad Prince and Elizabeth never did anything together. That would have been something to hear. Oh, thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kim. I just don't want to. I don't want to overload people. You know. I know. I don't want to burn people out. But a lot of it's just like I'll discover something and I'm like, I gotta just publish this. I gotta talk about this right away. You know, it's like before the buzz wears off. So, like I said, I've been getting a lot of these old articles back up, and it's interesting to look at all this material in a much different light than I used to see. But tonight's presentation, this is all new think. This isn't something that I've been working on. It's just like all this stuff came to my mind. I'm like, I think like 5 minutes after I started making these connections, I put the announcement up on the Patreon because I'm just like, I gotta talk about this right away. Oh, the archive, great, thank you. What do the elites hope to accomplish by fulfilling Revelation prophecy? Do they really think they can dodge karma and natural law? Yeah, they do. They're just people who've had everything given to them their entire lives and just they don't know anything outside their little bubbles. Thank you, Kim. Yeah, I want to, so I want to get some stuff. I'm going to give Discord another try. It was such a mess last time we tried to do like a get together, but I do want to get together with folks on Discord as well, or on Zoom. I just have this weird thing about Zoom. I have this weird kind of mental block about Zoom. Thank you, Mordecai. You have a great weekend too. Stay cool. It's supposed to be another scorcher tomorrow. I don't know where you are, but it's going to be hot, I'm sure. It's hot all over the world. The sun spot activity coming out of nowhere that only Elizabeth seemed to know about. Well has run dry. Another great show. Have a good night, Joseph. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Always. Thanks for coming. All right, Jazz. 6:30. Whoa! Rock on. Thanks for hanging out this long. Appreciate it. Dog days. I was going to talk about Florence Welch a bit, but I didn't. It's too much to go into. Yeah. Because like I said, this presentation was like 2 hours already. 2 hours plus. And while we're all here, I'll just, once again put in the plug for if anybody wants to come hang out on the Elizabeth forums. It's the absolute hardest of the hardcore synchromysticism that's ever been done anywhere. I having been involved in this kind of work for 30 years almost now, I can say that with utmost confidence. Yeah, lots of Minnesotans in the house. Good to see. Secret Sun, Minnesota meetup. Yeah, well, I don't think I'll be there, but do it up for sure. We can maybe do a remote situation. Yeah. Meeting in real life is always preferable. It's just something about the real thing. Ancient Kemet. Okay. Not sure what that's in reference to, but there you go. Oh, okay. Anyone else in Georgia? Anyone? AZ, off the grid. Yeah, it's probably pretty toasty there too, huh? Near Atlanta, but I don't go there. Okay. You know, I haven't been to Atlanta in a long time. I used to, the wife and I went to Dragon Con a couple times. We had an awesome time, but that was the old days before it all fandom went sour like a rotten egg. Yeah, real life. Something about real things. Getting our lives out of the metaverse, so to speak. And that's the thing, you know, when I talk about stuff like the metaverse, just like I was saying from the beginning, this is never going to happen. This thing is just going to be a disaster. And everybody's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It's just like, no, I think I do. I've been around the block a few more times. Beyonce's my cousin? No, she's not. People ask me that all the time. No, she's, yeah. It's weird. She came out with that single recently and it just died. It's just weird how people's, you know, like they just careers just kind of end like that. But, very talented woman. As I used to call her, Beyonce Isis. We can go into that stuff too. We can go into some of the ritualism that she was involved in. Yeah, I haven't been on the Discord too much because, like I said, I've been busy. And the people who are active on the Discord really know how it works. I don't know how it works. I don't understand it. I don't understand the system. It's very overwhelming to me. I just maybe I'm just too Gen X for it. I don't know. I just I can't figure it out. And I mean, by that I mean like I understand the basic operation of it, but it's just like I can't. It's a code that I can't really crack. It's like, yeah, you can go on a certain platform and do certain things, but there's something else going on. There's like a X factor at work there that I don't get. Wake up and smell a frappuccino. Oh, harsh but fair. Her new single is called "Break My Soul." Oh God, all that stuff is so over. All of it. Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, all that stuff. Real antidote is getting back to human interaction. Yep. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Well, listen, I yeah. You know what I'll do, Matthias, is I'll create a Beyonce tag on the Secret Sun proper and give you a good way to look a lot of that stuff up. I did a lot of stuff on her. I don't know how much of it is back up. Like I said, I have to go through every one of these posts one by one. It's so tedious, but I'll have to do that. Yeah. Discord wipes groups that go against the grain. Yeah, well, luckily I think that we're kind of like, we fly under the radar. I know Greg's, the higher side chats group got deleted. So I think that, like I said, I mean, it's just, I think we are very low profile, which is the way I've always been like a fly under the radar guy, to be honest with you. No platform is immune to the censors. Well, yeah, I mean, unless it's your own platform, I find it interesting that there are a lot of like sort of bigger operations that like run their own servers. It's like all in house, and like I think Jones does. I think he's got like his whole, like everything's off, off the grid. It's just all in house, runs his own servers, everything. Did I see Damien Eccles' reaction to Stranger Things? No, I didn't. Why don't you shoot me the link, some wherever, a Patreon or on the Dive or whatever. The Giordano Bruno post. I need to find it, but I can't find it. Did you go to the archive? There might be some links that are broken. I'm just going to look that up and see if I can shoot that to you right now. Oh, I don't think I can do it here. YouTube won't let me post links, unfortunately. Good night, Lawrence. Thanks for coming by. Thank you. Yeah, Eccles is, so I'd mentioned when I was a kid, I mean, yeah, you always knew that guys like Eccles and the rest of them, they were always just doing messed up crap, a lot of times to animals, but there was some bad things that happened when I was a kid, to people, kids. Ran into like Damien Eccles types. I just get such a bad vibe off that guy. I'll tell you what, Matthias, so shoot me a PM at the Patreon and I'll send you that link, because I don't think I can send it here. Let me just, give me just 1 second here. Oh, what the heck? Oh, here it is. YouTube's probably not going to let me send this. Let me just try. Did that come through? Did you get it? Oh, the link's broken. Oh, okay. Give me a second. His case, there is no case. His case is over. Yes, Kim. Yeah. Yeah, we were. Um, yeah. Uh, yeah. Trying to get past all that, I just don't feel like there's any point in kind of staying fixated on the past. And the past is unsolvable, I mean, it really is. It's unsolvable. Yeah, so Jay Dyer, um, he does a lot of good work on the political stuff. His pop culture stuff just is not very good. Um, it just isn't. It's very simplistic. It's very formulaic. I don't think that's where his passion is. I think he's really into the real deep parapolitical stuff. And well, now he's into like the Orthodox Christianity stuff too. But I don't think he really cares too much about the pop culture stuff, and it's just very perfunctory, I think. Dark path stuff is destructive. Yeah, well, you know what, Matt? It's destructive, but it's also seductive. That's the problem. Destructive and seductive. And that's why people don't learn, because they always think they're going to be the ones to crack the code. Mm, 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 mm. The other thing I like about this setting on the camera too is that it's tighter. It's like I hate like it's just so wide. I don't know. I like that this framing is. I'm totally talking to myself because it's 10 to 2 and I've been sweltering all day and my brains are fried. We'll keep this going till 2 o'clock, and that's last call. Last call at 2 a.m. And I'm gonna just excuse me while I douse myself with my aromatherapy wipe. What's in this stuff? I can't even read this. It's too dark. I don't know. Like naturally good smelling stuff that cools you down. Parapolitical, yes, it's Jay's jam. Yeah, I mean, I've been following his stuff for a long time, and actually, he wanted me on a show one time. I don't think he'd want me on a show anymore, but uh, and he's a very good researcher. He's very he's very well trained in proper research, and I'm just like all over the place. ADD, OCD, like my ADD and my OCD, like coming up against each other. I'm not as methodical as he is. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Got it dialed in well. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I've been at this for a long time, but I'm like I don't know, man. I think most of my work is it's almost like unconscious. It's just like I don't know if I've told you, but like when I'm on the trail of like a really solid connection that nobody's made, I get this pressure in my sinuses. It's like I know when I start feeling like pressure right here that I'm on the trail of something good. Yes, yeah, I finally figured out how to work the Yeti. God Almighty! Oh man, the thing drove me crazy. Drove me crazy. Absolutely. Thank you, Zach. It's nice of you to say. I appreciate that. I just hope I've got the air conditioning and stuff going on, so that might be a little bit of background noise. But otherwise I would melt. I would melt. Don't think everything needs to be boiled down to being nefarious and evil. Oh no, I agree with you. I agree with you. Unfortunately, they just, we're at that time. We're at that time in the timeline where there's a lot of evil going on, and really, it's people just start to get ruthless, because they're not getting what they want. Things, are getting harder to attain or to achieve. And this is one of the things that bothers me about all this like magic and black magic stuff is like people, they think it's a shortcut. They think that if they do this, whatever, they're gonna get their ticket. And unfortunately, the thing I think about all the time is that when your goal becomes the ends, right? It's like classic ends justify the means, and with magic, it's like ends justify the means on steroids, and it's a slippery slope that people can find themselves, eventually doing things that they could never have conceived themselves doing, at the beginning of this road. Yeah, yeah. I think that there's a lot of good. I think there are a lot of good people who are scared. I think there are a lot of people who have been intimidated, and being good requires a certain amount of bravery. I think, because you have to sort of stand up to things. You have to sort of make decisions that aren't necessarily going to be popular. But yeah, I think about this a lot. Thanks, Kim. Well, I think that I think evil has lost. I think evil has lost already. I do. I think that evil realizes that it's not going to achieve its goals, and it's almost like the cornered animal kind of thing, like. But I agree with you. I don't like focusing on the darkness at all. I don't, you know. And with the Elizabeth stuff, there's a lot of darkness that you have to contend with, but it's just like, at the end of the day, it's like she is just this being of pure light. Yeah, good is being good is harder, but it's like the narrow and the wide gate. And I think that being the age I am, being old, being an old man like I am, gray beard, uh, I've seen it, and it's just like it's not worth it. I just the compromises that people make when the ends justify the means, it's not worth it. You just end up destroying yourselves. How do I feel Pantera reunion without Dimebag and Vinny? I think it's a farce. But I'll tell you something, Zach. Excuse me. Um, I don't know if I've said this in the past, but the opening scene of He Will Live Up in the Sky was inspired by Dimebag, by his murder. Like, I kind of fixated on that case for a while. I don't know if people pick up on that. It's probably not obvious, but there is a lot of that, like my obsession with Dimebag case. Even though I wasn't a huge Pantera fan, but it's just like that kind of struck me in a certain way. But it's what is it? Zach Wild, right? taken Dimebag's place. Who knows? Who knows? You need that name brand, though. I mean, what are you going to do? Professional musicians, it's a tough life now. Really tough life. I think you're right. I personally see that, but it's like narcissism to me almost seems to be the root of all evil in some ways. When you feel like you deserve more than you're getting, because the world should fall at your feet and throw roses at you as you walk by. Then he partly blamed Phil Anselmo for his death. Yeah, I don't like Phil Anselmo. I think that dude's bad news, to be honest with you. I think he's bad news. I really do. I like some of Down's stuff, but yeah, he just seems like a dick, to use a scientific terminology there. All right, wrapping it up, folks. Your buddy here is really fading. Starting to get tired. I'm past the point of starting. Narcissism is everywhere. That's the real pandemic. It's narcissism. It's so sad and sick. Thank you so much. I will stay hydrated. I don't know if you know. I have my little bottle here. This is Gatorade. I have problems with electrolytes. It's got electrolytes. Plants crave it. Any last words? Any last words from anyone? I should actually. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, sir. Good night, Matt. Thanks for coming by. Always appreciated. Thank you, Satira. Thank you. Appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. Whoa, did we just do 4 hours? Like, wait a minute. Did we actually do 4 hours? Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Matthias. Midnight sun is out tonight. And that's why it's 83 degrees outside my window as we speak. Meth addicted wife beating redneck's favorite band. Yeah. I don't get me started on Rage Against the Machine either. I'm not I used to like some of this stuff, but those guys are not my cup of tea. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Let's do it again soon. Let's do it again soon. I think it's good for everyone. I think it's good for us all. It's good for me. It's funny. I listen to old podcasts that I was on. I couldn't even talk. There you go. Midnight Tan, yes. Catch you on the flip side. Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming by. We did, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Really enjoyed it. Hope you got some good information out of it. All right, I am shutting this down. Thank you, everyone. All you lurkers out there, thank you. Thank you for coming by. It is time to say goodnight, and we will see each other soon.